Just letting everyone know that we have started the recording. It's a bit redundant because this is just the agenda and it will change. So I'm just going to share my screen so you can see that again, changing from my slide deck. So what we've got here is our link to the Wiki page. Inside the Wiki page, you have access to the presentations down the left-hand side. In the middle will be some of the exercises that we'll look at throughout the day and extra resources that I'll reference throughout that. Down the bottom are some other resources that I find helpful as well. So there's a lot of resources there. The other thing that you've got access to is the shared document. So if you right mouse click on the link, I always open this up in a private window. That way you don't need to sign into the Office 365 system to write to the document. So by opening it in a private window, it gives you anonymous access to this document, but you can still ask your questions. So some of the resources that are in that Wiki page are available in this shared document. And I can see that it hasn't come through, unfortunately. So the advantages of this shared document is that you can save that to your local system and you can keep a copy of that after the session has finished today. Down the bottom of this is an area where you can ask your questions. So if you have any questions, feel free to type those in there. From time to time, I might add some extra commands into the document or extra resources. So if you've got any good resources that are not mentioned in here, let me know and we can add that to the document as well.
Warren, you're muted.
So for whatever I'm using the facility in this room rather than my own account. I'm just using my own account to share the actual slides. Okay, so I'm unmuted now, so that's good. So I'm just going to flick back to the slide deck now. So I've linked you to the shared document. There's also a shortened URL version on the slide deck if you want to get access to it there. That shared document is available for you to write your questions to for the next 2 weeks. After that, that link will expire and there'll be a read-only link directly underneath that. If you still have questions, you can send an email to the community trainers at apnic.net mailing list, and that is a list of community trainers that help APNIC during our training. And they're basically people that work in the industry, and so they'll have more up-to-date experience than what I had, because I've been working with APNIC now for nearly 3 years. So I'm no longer up to date with all the technologies. But hopefully they will give you a different perspective rather than just mine. As I've mentioned already, we're going to be using one of the resources from APNIC Academy, so feel free to sign up to that. But there are lots of online resources there. There's webinars, there's interactive courses and virtual labs that you can access. We also have some multilingual support for some of the languages available in that list there, so you can change to a language that suits you. In February next year, we have Apricot 2022, and that's going to be run virtually, so there should be no reason for you not to sign up. So get in early, sign up, and that's a week of conference and training that will be happening in February next year. I'm just going to start my next slide. I'm just trying to see if I can. I want to use my iPad so I can do some drawing for you. It just makes it a little bit easier for me. Excellent. So we've got the slide deck. So can everyone see that cryptography slide and can hear me well? Just makes it a little bit easier now that I've got two screens happening. So we're going to start covering off cryptography. So when we talk about cryptography, it's a technique of being able to basically hide information in plain sight. Now, it's not anything that is new to do with computers. It's been around for centuries, and what they would do is try and use cryptography to hide those messages. Some examples of a simple way of hiding messages is they sometimes would shave people's heads, write the message on their hair, on the head and then let the hair grow back. So it was basically hidden from sight. In regards to this example here, we're basically taking some plain text, doing some sort of changes to that text to make a cipher text. And the idea is that you need to be able to make it repeatable, so that way you can unencrypt it later at the destination. And there's various mechanisms for doing that. So when we are looking at the cryptography, we need to think about how are we going to do it. So if I come up with a mechanisms to create a secret message, I need to be able to tell the person at the other end how they can decrypt that message. And that's always been the problem, this secure key. So that secret way of doing the encryption and decryption. How do I tell you how to do that? But I need to also make sure that the communication is secure. So in this case here, I have Bob wanting to communicate with Alice. And so they have to share this key. So think of it like I've got a padlock that I'm going to use to close my box with. And I have two keys. How do I get one of the keys to you without it being intercepted and copied or being taken control of? So that's where the problem comes from in regards to that. Once we've got that secure communication can happen once we've got that key in place. So some of the cryptography mechanisms that we've got are substitution. Substitution is where we take one character of a message and replace it with another character. So if we're looking at the alphabet, the English alphabet, for example, we might have A. Let's replace that with the letter Z. That could be a way of doing some sort of substitution. Some examples of that is the Caesar cipher or the monoalphabetic system. Basically, the Caesar cipher allows you to basically do a substitution, a one-for-one character substitution. So in this case here, we've got the message in alphabetical order at the top, and then all we're doing is that we're saying, starting at the letter D, let's move back 4 places. And so that now gives us a different message. So if we have a look here, we've still got the alphabet, but it's starting at the letter D. And then when we get back to the beginning, it flips back around, so we've got X, Y, Z. Now the advantages of this is that it's a very simple ciphertext. So as long as I tell the other side, let's do Caesar cipher -4, I can now decrypt and send messages. And if we take this example here where we've got learning, let's look up the letter L, and the matching corresponding letter is I. So from that, we can see I've got the letter I. Let's look up E. What is E? The corresponding character is B. So I put B down here, and so on. And so we can build out this message based on that. So if we wanted to look at the letter C for cryptography, I can see I've got C there. So that is now matched with Z. R over here is matched with O, and so on. So based on that, I can do some basic cryptography. Now the issue with this is I can now use cryptanalytics to look at the frequency of words. And also, if you have a look here, the length of the word in English can help decipher what the character could be. So it doesn't matter how jumbled it is, it's going to have a certain length. And if I look up a dictionary for all characters or words of that length, it will limit what I can see. And then if I have a example, this word here, book, I've actually got two characters that are exactly the same. So if I translate this, I've got the O is equal to LL, B is equivalent to Y, and K is equivalent to H. So I've got that. So I can now see that there's two characters exactly the same from cryptanalytics point of view. So I can break that cipher very easily. And with computing power these days, it's quite simple to do. So what we can do to add some complexity to that, we're still doing a substitution, but we're adding a key. And the key in this case can be a word that you just make up. I've chosen APNIC. And all I've done is I've written out my plain text message in the top level, and then I've just repeated the word APNIC across to fill out that same area there. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that to look up my characters. So if I look at my letter L, on the plain text, I've got my letter L up the top here, and then my key is A. And across from that, I've got the character L, which I can see there. But if you have a look at the letter A here, and then we look at the letter A here, the value that it is when it's in cipher text, in this example, is N. If we look up the value here, say plain text, A, the key is P, which is down here, which means I now get the letter P for that one there. So that means even though I've got the letter A repeating twice in this message, it actually has a different ciphertext value for each. So that means it's going to be harder to do cryptanalytics against this, especially for repeating characters. And we can see the same here. There could be a situation where the repeating characters actually have the same key letter. And we can see here I've got I has the key letter A and the same here. So that could cause the same character. So in theory, they would match still. So it still has that flaw. Now, substitution ciphers can be very easy to break. So there's an option called a transposition. That is, what we're going to do is that we keep the message as is, but we rearrange the order of those words. And here's an example using the rail fence cipher. The rail fence cipher, or similar to a pencil, and this is what they used to use in the early 19th century for spies. They would have a pencil and they would wrap a piece of paper around the pencil, and depending on how tight a wrap or the angle of the wrap, the message would then be written down based on that. And you can see here what I've got is the letters the going down this way, and it's basically rail fence, it's going up and down like that. So the message reads, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. But what I tend to do is when I write the message out in ciphertext, I take each line individually. So I've got T, U, B, N, J, Y. And that's my message that I would end up sending to the receiving party. And you can see that it doesn't resemble the original message in any way, and it's actually going to be quite difficult to replay that or to guess what that is. Now, the problem with this is that some people would put spacings in there as well, but that is going to add a lot more complexity to that. So you've got substitution, where you replace a character with another character. You've got transposition, where you mix the characters around. What you can do is combine those, and that's where the Enigma machine came around. And the idea of the Enigma machine is that I'm going to press a character on, or have my input characters. I'm going to have some sort of key process happening, and then I have these characters coming out. And with the Enigma machine, I can have multiple rotors, and that's that key there. And based on that, what's going to happen is that it's going to go through all these rotors and come out as a completely different output. And because there's multiple systems where it's getting a transposition or a substitution happening to it, it's going to make it difficult to replace that. Because what I could do is encrypt the message using transposition, and then once I've done that, use substitution to be able to then make it even more complex as well. And that's what this rotor machine is doing. So that's some of the older type of technologies, but they're still valid today. So with our modern crypto algorithms, basically they're a mathematical function that's going to perform on our data. And it's either going to be performed to encrypt the data or to decrypt it. And the idea is that the actual mathematical process, the crypto algorithm, it shouldn't be proprietary. And the availability of that should be that it should be public. So if we think about Kirchoff Law from 1883, basically it means that the system must not need to remain secret for it to be so the idea is that even if the system gets intercepted by someone, it shouldn't be able to matter that happens, because the idea is not the secrecy in the system, but in the key that is used with the system. So the idea is that even though I've given you the mathematical algorithm to be able to create the encryption and decryption, it's my key that is going to make it so you can't unencrypt my data. And so that's the idea of that. So if I come up as a mathematician with a new algorithm, I should publish a paper and allow the community to look at that paper and see if there's any weaknesses in that. When we are looking at these mathematical algorithms, most crypto systems are not unbreakable. It's just infeasible to sit there with computational power to try and break into that. So there's a lot of algorithms out there, and you've probably heard of those. The public key infrastructure uses a public key and private key system. And I can run computer algorithms over those to try and break into that or brute force those encryptions. The problem is it's going to take me decades or years or centuries to be able to break that system. So it's not feasible for me to break into it. Think about it from a network security point of view. If I want to stop you from getting into my building, I'm going to have locked windows, locked doors. I may put a security guard patrolling the yard, a fence, security cameras, alarm systems. And the idea is that if you really want to break into my building, you will do that, but it's going to be difficult for you, and it makes it more expensive than it will do. And that's what I've already explained about how the properties of a good crypto system is basically making it too difficult or infeasible for it to be broken. Some terminology. We've got encryption, and that's basically taking the plain text and making that into cipher text. That's essentially what encryption is. And we use that for lots of reasons. So from an email point of view, we're going to encrypt our message when we send it to someone if it's got sensitive information. Our databases are going to have the data hopefully encrypted when it's sitting idle. We use things like the session layer or transport layer security. And then we've got IPsec as well. So there are various protocols out there that we use. And essentially what we get is this plain text. We use some sort of encryption key and algorithm to create the cipher text. And then we use a decryption key and a decryption algorithm to get back to our plain text. Based on that is what sort of algorithm you use. And the algorithm is going to add the complexity to it that we need. So we're doing an overview of some of the different algorithms. So we've got our cryptography, which is basically the science of doing the conversion from the plain text to the cipher text. Then we've got symmetric algorithms and asymmetric algorithms. They're the ones that we're going to use most days. On top of that, we have hash functions, and that basically means that they're a one-way function. That means you cannot decrypt those. And so that's what we're looking at talking about today. We'll start by focusing on symmetric algorithms, and that's where I have a shared key. An example of that would be the system where you have Wi-Fi. You need a Wi-Fi password to get access to your Wi-Fi access point. I'm sharing a key with you. So you use the same key to encrypt the information and to decrypt the information. And there's various standards out there. The ones that we're going to talk about briefly today are DES, or Data Encryption Standard, Triple DES, and Advanced Encryption Standard, AES. One thing to be aware of, I'm not going to focus too much on DES, the Data Encryption Standard, because that's basically been declared obsolete. You should be using Triple DES or AES. In theory, you shouldn't even be using Triple DES, because that's been broken as well. So when I talk about symmetric key encryption, we're going to use the same key for encryption and decryption. We have this secret key algorithm, and that must be kept secret. And that was one of the main types of encryption used in the early 70s. But the problem was that if you're a financial institution and you wanted to do a money transfer with another bank and you wanted to keep that secure, how do I get my secret key to you? There was a business where these couriers would basically have a briefcase with the secret key in it, and they would fly to that other country or to wherever that financial institution was and give them physically the piece of paper with that secret key on it. You've got different cryptographic key lengths, and remember Kirchoff's law was that it's not the algorithm itself, but your key that is the strength of your algorithm. And the longer the key, the stronger it was, because you want to make it infeasible to break into it. So if you think about, if I said choose a number between 1 and 10, how many guesses would you need to get the number I selected? 10 at the maximum. Whereas if I said choose a number between 1 and 1,000,000, it would take you a lot longer to get the correct guess than if it was 1 to 10. So having a longer key makes it stronger altogether. So if we look at that, we've got that symmetric key cryptography. We're using the same mechanisms for the shared key. So the encryption algorithm uses the shared key, and the decryption algorithm uses that same shared key. So in theory, it's like using a simple mathematical function. So we use a multiplication, so 2 times 2 equals 4. To reverse that, 4 equals 2 divided by will give us the answer. The big advantage of using the symmetric encryption in the early 70s and 80s, where we didn't have computational power, is that it was quite quick. And it wasn't complex algorithms, so it didn't take long for it to occur. The disadvantage, though, is that you needed to share that key. How do you do that? And the other issue was that if I wanted to send a message to, say, Tashi at Icmp, I needed to keep that key separate. And then all of a sudden, if I wanted to send it to you, that's another key, and so on. So I have multiple keys for each communication I needed to do. So looking at the key size for the different algorithms, you can see that the DES is not very long. Now, it's only 56-bit key size. It actually specifies a larger key size, but some of that is in for parity. So essentially is reduced to that size there. The longer the key, the more secure it is, or computationally expensive to brute force. We've got the most common one out of these that is used is probably the AES at the moment. Some that we're not going to touch on are these ones here, but you're welcome to go have a look at those based on the link in the wiki page. I don't think I'm sharing that screen, so looking at the data encryption standard, in the early 70s, they ran a competition to try and develop a computer system that could do encryptions. So IBM came to the party with this algorithm called Data Encryption Standard, DES. Now, that is the standard that they use, and it's based on the Faisal's Lucifer cipher. I'm not going to go into details about that. I have thought about doing it, might do it in a later slide deck. But it's using what's called a block cipher. So you have a block cipher and a stream cipher. A block cipher means that it takes the same chunk and processes that chunk of data and then moves on to the next block. So think of it this way in regards to block and stream. Is the block is like a semi-truck or a semi-trailer or a truck. A truck can only carry so much, and then you've got to get another truck to carry the other stuff. With a train, all I need to do is add an extra carriage on it, and it can be as long as possible. And that's what a stream is. Now, the advantages of the block cipher is that it's going to be all the same size. Now, the block size, if your data is less than the block size, it will use some sort of padding to build that out for us. So what we have is the data coming in, which is in chunks of 64 bits. We have our encryption key, which is using this 56-bit key, and an 8-bit parity, and it runs through an algorithm, and that algorithm creates our cipher text. And we use a similar process to get the resulting plain text. Now, from a computational point of view, there are various weaknesses to DES, and it was open to exploit. And it was easy to decrypt or analyze the information to get the resulting plain text. So what they decided to do to improve it is to basically run that block cipher through 3 times. And in theory, it goes through and creates the cipher the first time, and it uses 3 different keys to do that. Now, the issue is that the key 1 and key 3 is essentially the same sort of process. So it's not as strong. Disadvantage though, because it's doing the cryptography component 3 times, it's going to be a lot slower than DES, the data encryption standard. So we're going to end up having essentially the plain text. We've got 1 key, it goes through encryption process to get this cipher text. Then it uses another key and decrypts it using the wrong key. Because it's a completely different key, it's going to come out as all jumbled. So it's still in some sort of jumbled mess. And then we use that same sort of key again to then finish off the algorithm and come out with the cipher text there. So it's going to hopefully be completely mixed up from the original message that it's difficult to go all the way back. So to give you an example of that, let's say that my key here was multiplication, and I gave you the numbers 10 times 4, that's going to equal 40. So that's going to be my message here. Now let's say my key for this one is going to be a subtraction. And so let's say I do 40 minus my 10 minus that. If I had my original message here, that's now going to give me 36. And so now I've got my 36. I use the multiplication again. 36 times 10 times 4 is now going to give me 1200 plus 240 is 1440 as my cipher text. So that's basically a rough example. It's not the correct triple DES mechanism, but I'm just trying to make it simple for you to understand. If you are interested, by the way, in reading about cryptography, there's some interesting books out there. This one's Cryptography and Network Security, 7th edition by William Stallings. So it goes into a lot more detail. If you're studying for your SIS exam, that's got some chapters on cryptography as well. And I'll reference a mind map a bit later on to show you access to that. So the advanced encryption standard is probably the one that you should be looking at when you're looking at symmetric encryption. It's still very old. It's over 2 decades old, nearly. So published in November 2001. It's still a block cipher, so it takes a chunk of information and it then uses a key to encrypt that. Now notice the sizing here. So 128 bits compared to the 64 bits for the data encryption standard. Now, if you think about it this way, if I said you needed to carry water from the stream to your house, and I gave you a cup to do that in, how many trips would it take and how long would it take to fill up, say, a barrel at your house? And then if I gave you a bucket, the amount of time and processing would be less. And that's the advantages of having a larger block size to do that. It could be a lot quicker than the previous one. Notice the sizing of the key is a lot bigger as well. Obviously, there's going to be more computational power needed to do the encryption and decryption based on the key size, but it means that it should be stronger. Originally, it was called the I can never say this, the Ryggendell cipher. And the reason was that it was a combination of their surnames. And the advantages of the AES is that it's got high throughput because it's got this bigger block size. So if you needed it for, say, streaming video, it could be a good mechanism for that, where I needed the low latency or voice. Now let's have a look at the complex mechanism for doing this sort of algorithm. I thought I had. Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't put it in there. I thought I had a picture to explain the AES. It doesn't matter. So to show you how the algorithm works, it's basically. I think someone was unmuted, but that's okay. Let's go from there. So what we've got here is our plain text message, and essentially what I've done is I've taken a message and I've used the ASCII chart to convert that into numbers, just to save time. And so I've got these string of characters here. These are hexadecimal values. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take each of those and break them into a 4x4 block. Remembering the sizing that we have is 128 bits, and that's what that is worked out in hex. So what I've done is I've taken the first two characters and placed them there. You can see that I've got the F3F. Then I've taken the next two characters, so essentially the first 4 bytes to here, and I've basically put them into the column. Then I've taken the next 4 bytes, put them into the next column, and so on, like that. Now, I'm going to be using a 128-bit key for this, because that's a 128-bit message. If the message wasn't long enough, I would pad it. And then all I've done is the same with my key. I've broken it into 4 columns of information, reading from left to right and transposing it down the column, like that. So that's going to mean now I've got these plain text row number 1, and I've got my key row number 1. I take those two and I'm going to use the algorithm for Xoring. So I convert the hexadecimal value into binary for each of those. So I convert it into binary. I've also got my first key row, and I convert that into binary. Then I use XOR. So XOR is using the fact that if I've got a 1 and a 1, then that becomes a 1. If I have a 0 and 1, it becomes the opposite. And then if I have 0, 0, it becomes there. And you can see here that I've basically transposed each of these blocks back into that corresponding entries. And I do the same for each of those 4 rows. So I've got my row 2, convert to binary, run it through the XOR, and then I get it back into the hexadecimal value, which I'll use for the next stage. So I'm basically doing what's called an add round key. So I'm basically grabbing the message, the key, transposing those into columns, then I add those or XOR those together, and I do that for each of those. And I will come up with just the one grid, similar to what I have here. That grid is now going to be used to do the next part of the algorithm. And the next part of the algorithm is this sub-bytes substitution. So what I do is I take each of these and I'm going to substitute those using the S-box algorithm. Now this is a pre-calculated grid of information, and I'll use these characters to look up that grid. And I'll show that shortly how that's done. but I've already done that for you. And I basically created this grid on this slide here. So I've looked up the 9E to get OB. I've looked up the 7B to get 2-1. I've looked up the 6-9 to get the F9, and so on. The next part, once I've got this substituted, I do a shift row. The first row, nothing changes. But depending on which row I'm on, I'm going to shift it 1, 2, or 3 to the left. So for example, this A0, I've actually shifted it 1 direction. So I've now got A0 has moved to the left 1. So that means my 6C is moved to column 1. My F3 has moved to column 4, and my D3 has moved to column 3, like that. And you can see that the other rows are 1, 2, and 3. So they're just moved there. That's why I've added that color coding to make it a little bit easier for you to see. The S box lookup. So if you do a search on the internet, you'll be able to grab an S box, AES, the Advanced Encryption Standard S box grid. And all I've done is look up the specific character here. So 9E is our first one. So I've grabbed the 9, looked up E, and then I can see here that that's equivalent to 0B. Look up 7B, so I look up 7B, and that's equivalent to 2, 1. And you can see the different characters as they are substituted here and here from there. So that's showing you how to manually go through and do the advanced encryption standard. So if I gave you a plain text message, I've actually got a spreadsheet where I do this, and you can go through and do that. We won't get to that. Are there any questions at this point in time? I'm just going to check the shared documents if there's any questions. No questions in the shared document. I'm just checking Zoom. No questions? Okay. There is a more complex cipher that's around, and that's the Rybest Cipher. And it basically, one of the mathematicians, Ronald Rybest, who's part of the RSA, he came up with these different ciphers. Some of them are not very strong at all, but you've got the RS6, which basically is equivalent to the AES one. I'm not going to focus on that, but you're welcome to research that as well. So that's looking at the symmetric shared key algorithms. What about the asymmetric or public key infrastructure, private and public key? Basically, you use two different keys, one for encryption, one for decryption. So when we look at our public key infrastructure, you're going to have a private key and a public key. Now, I tend to give an example of where you've got a padlock is your public key. It doesn't matter who's got your padlock because all they can do is lock something up. They can't unlock it. You've got the key to the padlock, so that's your private key, and you should not give that to anyone. And so what you have is this basically pair of numbers. They're mathematically linked in some format. You then have your message that is encrypted using one of those keys, and then you're going to decrypt it using the other key. And there's various algorithms out there. So you've got the RSA, the DSA, the Diffie-Hellman. And I've got some examples here of the RSA, which basically uses large prime numbers and does some factoring of those. And we'll see a video of that a bit later on. Diffie-Hellman does a similar process as this RSA method, but it's basically used for sharing a secret key. So when you first start your communication process, you may use the asymmetric process to then share one of these secret keys. So that way you use a combination of asymmetric and symmetric encryption when you do your communication. The advantages of that is that this is a lot more computationally expensive, as in process intensive, and it makes it quite difficult for older systems. So you will have a lot of latency. So you start with the asymmetric and then you move over to the symmetric to make it faster. I'm not going to talk about this, but I wanted to list it there so you know about it, but elliptical curve, and that basically can adapt some of these other algorithms to use a shorter key, but it is stronger than using just the other ways of doing it. And it's basically quicker, or can be quicker. It's another mathematical formula. So the process is that we're going to take a different key for the encryption and the decryption. So when we look at the algorithms, you've got the key bit size. Obviously, the stronger the better, and I probably need to increase that because that's now, I think, 4096 now, so I'll have to go over that. You've got the DSA and the DH. Now, DSA is using a digital signature algorithm. Diffie-Hellman is used for secret key exchange, and the LGAML is still based on this Diffie-Hellman algorithm, but it's used for sharing our secret keys still. And elliptical curve, which uses a smaller key, but it's still quite cryptographically strong, even though it's a smaller key. The big advantage of the asymmetric encryption is that you have two keys. You've got your private key, and then you've got your public key, the padlock as such. That gets stored somewhere on the internet, and anyone, if they want to communicate to you, can download and access that. All you need to care about is your key. You don't want to share that with anyone. The advantage of that is if you need to communicate with someone, you go to the internet and you grab their padlock and you create your communication with them. Simple as that. You don't need to store that anywhere because you can always go back to the internet and pick it up again. The disadvantage though is that because it's a mathematically intense algorithm, it's going to take a lot more computational power. So let's have a look at the algorithm for RSA. So what you're going to do is create two prime numbers. You're going to decide on those prime numbers, and those prime numbers are going to be used to create your two keys. So you've got the formula of calculating n equals p times q. Based on that, it's going to then give you an integer for E, and then you can calculate your decryption key using this formula here, D equals E minus 1 mod phi n. And you can get the mod phi n based on these two numbers that you've selected, which is phi n equals P minus 1, Q minus 1. So from that, we now have this decryption key. And we also are able to calculate our E algorithm. And we can get this public key algorithm and our decryption algorithm, which uses this C equals ME mod N and MECD mod N. And you've got your different numbers here that you can go through and look at that. So let's break this down into a working example. So we've got the prime numbers 47 and 53. I've already given you E, so you don't need to calculate that out, but there is a table that we can use to calculate E if we want. But we're going to try and figure out what our plain text message is going to be based on these numbers here. We're going to create this cipher text. So we need to calculate E first, then we need to calculate D as well. So let's go through that process. So we've got our keys here, P, Q, E. We've got our message, which is the plain text, and I've already converted it into a decimal value to make it easy. But normally what you would do is you'd go to the ASCII chart and get the digit of the character from there. So the first thing is to calculate N. We can do that by multiplying the P times Q, and that is just P equals 47. So that's 47, let's get rid of that, times 53. And that gives me this value here of 249. Based on that, I can then find out what phi n is using the formula P minus 1 times Q minus 1, which is 47 minus 1 times 53 minus 1, which gives me this value here. So I already know what E is. Normally what I had is a Euler algorithm to calculate what the E is. I forgot to put a screenshot in there, so I might think of updating the slide a bit later on. But based on that, we can then calculate using these numbers. So 19 minus 1 mod 2392 gives me this value 1259. So what I can do now is I've got my formula here. So I know what my P is. That's going to be my message, plain text. I know what my value for E is, and I now know what mod N is. So my value of N is up here. So all I'm doing is replacing this formula. So I know what E is, I know what N is, so I know what my message is, which is 3, and that gives me this formula here, 3 to the power of 19 mod 2491, and this is what it gets the value of. So 723 is my message that I would send across the wire. That's encrypted. I now receive that on the other end, and I need to decrypt it. So I need to figure out what my value of D was, which is this value here, the 12159. So based on that, I can add my encrypted message, add my decryption key, use the mod still, which is N, and I now get my message at the end. Notice I've got a completely different numbering system there, and that makes it a little bit more. So that's why I'm using a different key to encrypt and to decrypt. I do understand that that's a little bit more complex than you might have been prepared for today. To make it a little bit easier, we can see the same sort of process using the Diffie-Hellman key exchange. There's a good example out there using the actual concept via paint. And so we have this same sort of key exchange substitution process that's happening, going through Alice computes all this here, and then we get the values there. But from a color point of view, start off, instead of using numbers, let's use colors. So we're going to both share a common color. I also have my private color that I don't share with anyone. So it's going to be this, in this case here, a red color and a blue color. Mixing those two colors together, I get two different colors. I then send that mixed color to my person I want to communicate with, and they add their secret color to get this color here. And that's basically the secret that they're going to use now for the algorithms. I tend to like to show a nice little video for that, and I'll just see if I can do that here. And I'm just going to share my screen. So everyone can see that, and I just realised, wait up, made a mistake. So I've got a link on the Wiki page that takes you off to YouTube, and it is a nice overview of that. So I'll just wait for that to start playing. Can I get you to indicate whether you can hear the sound?
Money transfers were just one of a growing number of applications which required encryption to remain secure. As the internet grew to encompass millions around the world, a new problem emerged. At the time, encryption required two parties to first share a secret random number known as a key. So how could two people who have never met agree on a secret shared key without letting Eve, who is always listening, also obtain a copy? In 1976, Whitfield Diffie and Martin Hellman devised an amazing trick to do this. First, let's explore how this trick is done using colors. How could Alice and Bob agree on a secret color without Eve finding it out? The trick is based on two facts. One, it's easy to mix two colors together to make a third color. And two, given a mixed color, it's hard to reverse it in order to find the exact original colors. This is the basis for a lock. Easy in one direction, hard in the reverse direction. This is known as a one-way function. Now, the solution works as follows. First, they agree publicly on a starting color, say yellow. Next, Alice and Bob both randomly select private colors and mix them into the public yellow in order to disguise their private colors. Now, Alice keeps her private color and sends her mixture to Bob. And Bob keeps his private color and sends his mixture to Alice. Now the heart of the trick. Alice and Bob add their private colors to the other person's mixture and arrive at a shared secret color. Notice how Eve is unable to determine this exact color since she needs one of their private colors to do so. And that is the trick. Now, to do this with numbers, we need a numerical procedure, which is easy in one direction and hard in the other. This brings us to modular arithmetic, also known as clock arithmetic. For example, to find 46 mod 12, we could take a rope of length 46 units and wrap it around a clock of 12 units, which is called the modulus, and where the rope ends is the solution. So we say 46 mod 12 is congruent to 10. Easy. Now, to make this work, we use a prime modulus, such as 17, then we find a primitive root of 17, in this case 3, which has this important property that when raised to different exponents, the solution distributes uniformly around the clock. 3 is known as the generator. If we raise 3 to any exponent x, then the solution is equally likely to be any integer between 0 and 17. Now, the reverse procedure is hard. Say, given 12, find the exponent 3 needs to be raised to. This is called the discrete logarithm problem. And now we have our one-way function, easy to perform, but hard to reverse. Given 12, we would have to resort to trial and error to find matching exponents. How hard is this? Well, with small numbers it's easy, but if we use a prime modulus which is hundreds of digits long, it becomes impractical to solve. Even if you had access to all computational power on Earth, it could take thousands of years to run through all possibilities. So the strength of a one-way function is based on the time needed to reverse it. Now, this is our solution. First, Alice and Bob agree publicly on a prime modulus and a generator, in this case 17 and 3. Then, Alice selects a private random number, say 15, and calculates 3 to the power 15 mod 17, and sends this result publicly to Bob. Then Bob selects his private random number, say 13, and calculates 3 to the power 13 mod 17 and sends this result publicly to Alice. And now the heart of the trick. Alice takes Bob's public result and raises it to the power of her private number to obtain the shared secret, which in this case is 10. Bob takes Alice's public result and raises it to the power of his private number, resulting in the same shared secret. Notice they did the same calculation, though it may not look like it at first. Consider Alice. The 12 she received from Bob was calculated as 3 to the power 13 mod 17. So her calculation was the same as 3 to the power 13 to the power 15 mod 17. Now consider Bob. The 6 he received from Alice was calculated as 3 to the power 15 mod 17. So his calculation was the same as 3 to the power 15 to the power 13. Notice they did the same calculation with the exponents in a different order. When you flip the exponent, the result doesn't change. So they both calculated 3 raised to the power of their private numbers. Without one of these private numbers, 15 or 13, Eve will not be able to find the solution. And this is how it's done. While Eve is stuck grinding away at the discrete logarithm problem, and with large enough numbers, we can say it's practically impossible for her to break the encryption in a reasonable amount of time. This solves the key exchange problem. It can be used in conjunction with a pseudo-random generator to encrypt messages between people who have never met.
So that was a good overview of the cryptography used for the Diffie-Hellman key exchange. So hopefully that gives you a better understanding of things. So I'm just going to try and get my Zoom. So it went through and explained the colours quite well, and then it gave you the mathematical algorithm for that. So the idea is that we've got this key exchange that's happening. And when we look at our packet analysis, we'll be able to see that server key exchange later on. But the idea is very similar to what we did for the RSA. So we've got this prime function. If you're interested in learning more about that, there's a documentary from BBC in 2000, I think it was, from Dr. Simon Singh. Highly recommend. It's a 4-part series. You'll be able to find it on YouTube. It's the Science of Secrecy, and he also has a book out as well. It's very much a layman's way of learning about cryptography. So our final thing before we start working on the labs is to talk about hash functions, but it's getting close to our break time. I know I've been talking for nearly 90 minutes, so we might go to our break now and come back in 15 minutes. So get up, have a stretch, have a cup of tea or chai or coffee, and we'll come back and we will continue. I will pause the recording through this time, but is there any questions before we go? Everyone would like this. I've been looking up recipes for Emadazi. Just going to put a timer on. For 15 minutes, and we'll start that there. So everyone should be able to see that there. So stretch your legs, get a drink, cup of coffee, cup of tea, and we'll come back in 15 minutes and we'll finish off the hash algorithms, and then we'll move on to the labs.
Warren?
Yeah?
I have one slide to share over here in this break.
Okay. I will stop my
That
share.
I'll also have. Okay.
So we can see that.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
I cannot.
Just a small reminder to everyone over here. We have a small selfie competition. I'm sure those who have been following us are aware of the selfie competition. So please post a selfie of yourself attending btNOG8 with hashtag btNOG8. So please, and we have exciting prizes. I'm sure you all are aware of that. And we do have quizzes also. So please stay with us. Just wanted to inform you all about that. So, and we also have fun quiz during lunch break. You can follow us on Facebook, and you'll be able to get more idea on that. So please stay with us during lunchtime also. So this is just for information.
Very good.
multiple earphone on that. I don't have the rights anymore. So just letting everyone know that we are recording this next session. So please accept the warning when it comes up. So before the break, we talked about cryptography and in particular the symmetric and asymmetric encryption. Now we're going to talk about hash functions and the usage of a hash function. In particular, it is a one-way algorithm. That means that it will encrypt the information, but you cannot decrypt it. There's two popular mechanisms for that. There's what's referred to as the message digest algorithm and then the secure hash algorithm. Now, the problem with the message digest is that it's got extensive vulnerabilities with it. And I'll show you an example of that a bit later on. If you want to read more from a technical point of view, RFC 1321 should be able to give you information about that. The secure hash algorithm, there's various methods. There's SHA-0, 1, 2, and 3. And there, the first publication about it is FIPS, or Federal Information, I can't remember what FIPS stands for, but it's a US standard, and it's FIPS publication 180, 180-1, 180-2, 180-3 for that. Now, based on that, one of the more common reasons for using the hash functions is this message authentication code. And it's a way to ensure the integrity and authenticity of a message or a communication of some sort. So when we look at the hashing algorithm, essentially what we're doing is we're taking in a block of data or a stream of data, and we're doing some sort of mathematical calculation on that to then get a fixed length value at the end of it. So it doesn't matter how big the data is or the length of that data, it will always be the same size. So for example, the SHA-1, which is a 128-bit key, will always end up with a 128-bit algorithm at the end. Whether you've got a 1,000-word essay that you're doing the algorithm over, it will always come out at that size. So the advantages of that is that it's small key, the small value that needs to be sent. So it's sort of like a little token to allow you to then do a comparison later on. To give you an example of that, here's a encryption that was done on a message, test #1 and test #2. We're using the Ssh algorithm. In this case, we've said that the key size is going to be 256. And even though I've only changed one character in the message, so I've changed the numeral 1 to the numeral 2, if you have a look at the resulting output, it's completely different. Looking at the first 6 characters, you can see here that the message has 6B60CE, whereas the output, by just changing this number 2, is now changed to A85D8B. So it's the completely different characters, even though I've changed only one of those. The other thing to be aware of, this is a small message. So even though this is only 9 characters, the output is a lot longer. So there is a disadvantage if you've got small messages doing the hash functions on those. Whereas if you've got a large message and run a hash function on it, it will be the same size, if not smaller. So why do we use hashing? Well, one way is to verify the integrity, that the message hasn't been modified or tampered with or changed since the last time it was looked at or since it was downloaded. So a good example for this is when you download software off the internet, a lot of sites will publish the hash value equivalent to running that software through the encryption algorithm for hashing. To give an example, this is an impromptu one. Let's have a look at. I'm just going to look for download Kali. Let's get the install. We go to the sum. So if I downloaded that ISO for the Kali installation, it gives me the SHA-256 hash algorithm there. So once I've downloaded it, I should be able to run the download through the same hashing algorithm and compare it with this value here to make sure that it hasn't been tampered with. Or if I've downloaded it from another site, that could be a mirror or a peer, that it hasn't been modified to include malicious or other information in there. So that's why you could do that's one way that you can use the hashing functions. You can also use it for password authentication. So rather than sending the password that could potentially be captured in transit, you can send the hash value. And that means what the end authentication system can do is it looks up its database, grabs your plain text password, and it runs it through the same calculation and compares the hashes. If they match, then it means that it must be safe. The other thing that it does is that some authentication systems, so for example, the Linux authentication system, if you have a look in the etc PASSWD file, it's going to have the username and in some cases a hashed version of the password. So it's not in a plain text environment. So all it does is that when you authenticate, you type in the plain text password, it then runs that plain text password through the algorithm and then compares the output with what it's got stored in the system there. And then another use is the digital signing of documents. So you can add this to the bottom of the document. So when we're looking at those algorithms, you've got the MD algorithm, and that basically has an output of 128-bit. It's widely used because it's quick and it's easy to use. The disadvantage, though, is that there's been a collision attack against this since 2013, so it's recommended that you don't use that anymore. So the next option was to use the secure hash algorithm, SHA-1, and that produces a 160-bit digest at the end. But again, that's open to collision attacks. And that's widely used for other resources like PGP, secure socket or transport layer, IPsec. And then you've also got better algorithms, which is the SHA-2 and SHA-3 for that. So when we look at the MAC or the message authentication code, which is another usage that we're using for building out integrity into our messages, we can do things like create a MAC tag that gets sent with the message. So that way, on the receiver's end, we've got the message, then they've got the MAC with it as well. So I can encrypt the message using the same algorithm, and then I compare the MACs with that. The advantages of that is that this is what I have. Basically, I'm the sender. I've got my message. I run it through this algorithm for hashing, and I get the value here, this authentication code. And I send the two of those together across to the receiver. And all the receiver does is grab that message, runs it through the same algorithm, and then it compares that. Now, the thing that it needs, though, is this shared key. And that shared key will then hopefully bring back the same value to then prove that you were the one that sent it. Rather than someone intercepting this message and creating their own hash function and then sending both of those on, I've actually embedded a shared key that each person has. So it will use something like the Diffie-Hellman communication to share that key, and then I build out the MAC algorithm using that key to create a message and the MAC and send that through. From a digital signature point of view, if I want to sign a document, what I'm going to do to prove that is I get the document, I run it through the hashing algorithm, and then that hashing algorithm is going to become a value. So that's my value that I have. I then use that value with my private key to encrypt it. And that becomes my digital signature, and I then send that with the message. That means that when I receive it as a receiver, I'm able to decrypt that. So let's go through this process. So I've got my document, I've created my digital signature, which I've used based on this, creating the hash, encrypting it, getting my digital signature. That gets sent to my receiver. So I've got my plain text document still, so I do the same calculation to get the hash. I've got my digital signature. Remember, I've basically used the sender's private key. So that's my private key to encrypt it, which means to decrypt it, you need my public key. So this person grabs my public key and is able to decrypt that message. And based on the calculation here, the results should be the same. If they are the same, it now proves that it's my communication, because only I should have a copy of my private key. So I would have been the only person to be able to encrypt it, and therefore only that can decrypt it. An example of using this, using say pretty good privacy, PGP, this is a signature with the signature that allows people to sign information and get back to me. Now the problem with hashing is that some people out there have spent time and computational power to basically create a whole list of words and combinations of words and then run those through these hashing algorithms and store those into a database. That database is referred to now as a rainbow table. So what it means is that I no longer need to go through this computationally intensive process of grabbing a password, converting it into a hash, and then comparing it. Now I have the hash. So what I can do is if I come across what looks like a hash, going to your friendly neighborhood search engine and pasting it in is going to hopefully bring back a result. The other thing is there are tools out there like Hashcat, John the Ripper, Hydra, that can be used for brute force password. And what you can do is that you can download these rainbow tables and you can then use that to try and create brute force into a system that has hashing. So to give you an example of that, let's go to your friendly neighborhood CyberChef. I'm just going to, you can see my screen, so I'm just going to type in a message, hello world. And so what I've done is I've just used CyberChef. I should grab that link and put it into the shared resource. Just to save time, I'm just going to send you a direct link to what I've done. And it's probably not exactly the same, but I've got a lot. So if I change one character here, just make it all lowercase, I don't. You should see that my algorithm has changed, so let's see if I can copy that. And then that's not what I wanted. It's a little bit different on the iPad. So I've copied the output and I'm just going to go to friendly neighborhood search engine, whether it's DuckDuckGo or another search engine. And I'm just going to do a search for that. And I've come across these websites here. And it's showing me, you can see the second link here, that it's actually got the string based on that, what the value is. So if you come across a hashing value, there are plenty of online tools that will look it up and give you the plain text version. So even though it is not reversible, what's happened is that there's been a big push by various people around the security community or the non-security area to create this large database of words and combination of words and characters to basically get a result instantaneously rather than having to do computational power for that. So even though it's not supposed to be two-way, all it is just looking up a database now to find the results. So you can experiment with other words and see if there's already values out there. So that's one of the attacks against hashing. It's basically a database with all these different combinations available there. So how can you mitigate against that? Well, you're going to have to add some sort of salt with that. So a salt is a random combination of characters that you either add to the middle, to the beginning, or to the end of the word. So that means it is now no longer hello world, but something completely different. And then you run the hashing algorithm over the top of that. The advantage of that is that it's going to make it that much more complex. And it's less likely to be in that rainbow tables or in the databases that are available to search on the internet. There's also another attack called a hash collision. And so the idea is that your characters, if a file has the exact same characters except for one, it should give me a completely different result. And we saw that with the example where we did the test and we changed the numeral 1 to numeral 2. The thing is that there's now examples out there where they've been able to duplicate completely different executable files, but change them so they have completely different functions, but they still match the same hash value. If you go to Shattered as a website,
What?
Here's an example of that. So what they did in this experiment is they created two Word documents. One was a legit Word document, so it was good, and then one was a bad Word document. Yet when they ran it through the SHA-1 hashing algorithm, they came back with the same value. And we can see here, this is it's probably easier, I'll just zoom in. So what they have is, if you notice that one has a blue background, one has a red background. Even though they were two completely different PDFs, they were able to then show that they were exactly the same. So the top one here is the SHA-1 result, and the hash value is exactly the same. But then when we look at the SHA-256, it's completely different. So they were able to show that. Obviously, the sizing of the document, they did a lot more complexity with it. This is nearly 0.64 gigs in size. So they had a lot of characters to play with. So the moral of the story there is try not to use the MD5 and SHA-1. And if you've attended Jamie's talks on InfoSec, he's given examples of that. So what about security services? What availability are there out there? And so we've got the X800, and we've got things that we need to think about from a service point of view, like authentication, access control, confidentiality, integrity, availability, and non-reputation. Reputation. Now, depending on the encryption technology that you use, is which one of those services it is built for. So when we look at the authentication exchange, we can do peer authentication and availability and so on. It's a nice little summary table to give you access or give you an overview of use cases for encryption. So when we look at this from this point of view, it's got the different types of services and how you can go through and break that down. Now we've covered quite a bit of theory. We're now a little bit into the second session, so we're going to start doing our lab environment. So how many people do we have? So we've got about 35 people. So I'm going to just create an entry into the shared document to see to give people access to the jump host. And I'll need to maybe power on another jump host because I didn't know of the numbers at this point. So what I'll do is I'm just going to stop my share. And I'm going to share this. So what I've done in the shared document, I've added a table where you'll need to add your name to the shared document, and once that table is filled up, I will add an extra jump host if needed. So just while people are filling that out, I'm just going to set up the other jump host. So I've got one person there. Is there going to be anyone else that's going to be accessing that? So while everyone's doing that, I'll just stop my share and I will take So what we've got here is we're going to start this secure shell lab environment while people are filling in the document. So I'll pull up that slide. So just while people are still filling in that table, let's talk about secure shell. So if we look at secure shell, it's a way of basically encrypting the traffic that goes between you and the server. Traditional communication used telnet, and we'll look at those in the next packet analysis, but essentially it's a way of remotely accessing routers and servers via the command line, and telnet is a problem because it's insecure. Now I keep mentioning telnet and people go, oh, but that's old technology, people shouldn't be using that. Well, Cisco issued a vulnerability alert last year in regards to telnet. So someone is still using it for some of their resources. So we use secure shell to basically create this encrypted tunnel or encrypted channel to our servers and our routers to allow that. It allows you to use this sort of like a client server model, and it goes over traditionally port 22 for our TCP connections. Now, on top of secure shell, you can run other services as well. So you can do things like secure FTP or secure copy. And you can also forward connections through that secure communications. And we'll look at an example of that when we do our CTF. So from an SSH point of view, there's going to be a handshake process. Just like if you think about transmission control protocol, it has that three-way handshake. But then it has another handshake for our cryptography using similar to the Diffie-Hellman process. So it creates this symmetric key or shared symmetric key to allow that secure transport to happen. But it also means that I can authenticate across that secure transport to then start my communication. Now, unfortunately, this is, I can zoom in, advantages of an iPad. So what we have here is our communication. We've got our SSH client on one side, and we've got our server services running on the other side, and the steps that we go through to get there. So first off, we have our TCP Ip three-way handshake, and we can see that here. So that will happen with any sort of network communication. Just seeing the pop-up chat message. What was the chat? So the read-only mode for the document, the reason for that is because you have not opened it in a private window. And which link did you click on? So I'll just flip over to here. If we have a look at, there's two links. So you need to use the ask questions here. And if you right mouse click on it, open in new private tab. You should be able to then start typing your name in there. Did that work? So we've got our three-way handshake. Once we've got that, we're basically confirming what version of SSH it supports. And then we start doing this key exchange. So similar to what's happening with the Diffie-Hellman that we saw in the video. We will get, as part of the initialization message, basically a value. And so what we're going to do is compare that value by doing the hashing algorithm and see if it matches what the server sent in this communication here. If that's the case, we can then start creating this key exchange from the Diffie-Hellman point of view, and we can start trying to create this message. Check that it's encrypting properly, and we encode our password. Now we've gone past the transport layer, we're going to the authentication layer, and we send our password through to here, and it does the same sort of hashing comparison with, in this case, a Linux system using the etc shadow password. If it matches, we get this success coming back, and then we start our secure communications down here, and through that, we get linked through to the actual communicating system and have a shell. So that's SSH in a nutshell. So from a SSH point of view, we basically need to send this username to the server over a secure channel, and that's going to encrypt this shared master key. We're going to have that decrypted, and hopefully we get authenticated. Now we have two authentication mechanisms, a password-based and a public key-based. So one is where I send a certificate that I have, and it gets compared with the certificate at the other end. Disadvantage of password, that if anyone is able to get access to the system, they can do a brute force attack against the password, or they can try and intercept that password. Whereas if you use a certificate, it means that it's a little bit less likely to be intercepted or brute forced. So it makes it difficult. So we've got our password authentication, simple to set up, easy to brute force. Whereas if you use the SSH, you're going to have this public key and private key. You install the public key on the target server. So that then is basically meaning that it installs once and you can get connection to it. So now we get that key challenge process that happens. So I connect, the server sends me a random number, I then encrypt it, and it gets encrypted by the server using my public key. It gets sent to me as a key challenge. I've got to use my encrypted random number decrypt it with my private key. I then use that with my session ID, create a hash value, and I send that through to my server. And the server does the same at their end, and if they match, it means that you're able to decrypt it using your private key. And so there's a little bit more security from that point of view. So the advantages of the public key infrastructure is that you can't brute force it. So it's a lot more difficult to get access to. Yeah. However, it does require a one-time setup. I need to generate my private and public key. I need to share my public key with the server and put it in the authorized keys area. And I need to make sure that my private key is in a secure location and someone doesn't find it or take it. So it looks like someone is still not able to get access to that. Alicia, are you able to add their name to one of the machines in the shared document, please?
Yeah, I've added.
Thank you.
I've messaged him personally, so I mean, like direct message to him.
So in this lab, we're going to use SSH and we're going to create a shared certificate authentication. Now, SSH is in Unix, Linux, and the Mac OS, and you can now do it in the Windows 10 system. We're going to be using the Unix or Linux system. And the way that you would do it is using the keygen algorithm. On a Windows system, if you haven't got a Windows subsystem for Linux set up, you can use PuTTY. We're just going to do the example using a remote Linux system. So we use SSH keygen-t to specify which algorithm to use. We're going to use the RSA algorithm. The size of the key is the -B. In this case, it's 4096. And the -C, a lot of people tend to put an email there. You can use it as a comment field. And I use that to identify what I created that key for. The advantages of that is when you look at the key, the last value of the line is this comment that you have. What that will do, if it's on a Mac, it's going to basically create, if you haven't set a path or anything like that, on a Mac, it will create it inside a .ssh directory, and you'll have this ID RSA and ID_RSA.pub as the default file name if you haven't given one. That can be used then to share with your server or target device that you want to use certificate-based authentication with. Once I've got that, I'm going to copy that to my target server. So what you're going to do is in our environment, you're going to be on a Linux system, and that's going to be the IP address that's in the shared document. So you're going to randomly choose someone else's machine and you're going to copy it to there. So for example, if I chose 10, I'll be 192.168.30.10 and I wanted to log into .30, I would be copying my certificate here to this machine down here. So just use one of those. Now that's probably the easiest way of doing it because you don't need to log in, copy the certificate, open up the file, copy the certificate into the file, close the file, and so on. And that's probably the easiest way to do it. If you're using a Windows system, you will have to do it the manual way, which is this way down here. But we'll, in our example, just do this step up here. From a Windows point of view, I've mentioned that you can use the PuTTY to do that. But what we're going to do in our lab environment is we're going to generate our key pair. We're going to copy it or upload it to our server, which is just another machine on the same network. And then we're going to test that authentication with that. And we can have multiple certificates. So it doesn't matter if you're connecting to someone else's machine. Just don't do anything unusual with it. So just log in to see that it works. Any questions about that? So we've still got a few people not finished, so I might go 28. So I'll just put my name against that. So I've got my name against 28. So if you want to use a different one, you can just aim at one of the free ones here rather than utilize someone else's. So let's have a look at the lab. So I'm actually I'm just trying to get back to my Does anyone know how to get back to the normal Brave window without a private window? Oh, I'll just go back here. Looks like I've lost everything. So what we've got here, you're going to connect to our system using a jump host. Now we're on jump host number 3. And so with that, we're going to log in to our system, whether that's our jump host. Then we're going to log into our APNIC device. So APNIC IP address is 202.125.97.43. We're using jump host 3. And whatever your IP address is there. From that, we're going to then create our SSH directory, where we're going to store our certificates, and we're going to change permissions on that so only my user account can see it. I'm then going to change into that directory, run the SSH keygen command, and then I'm going to copy those up to the appropriate server. And that's what we're doing there. So I'm just going to stop my share on this screen, and I'm going to share my application on this screen. So you should be able to see my screen. So all I'm doing is I'm going to access the jump host, so 202.125.97.43, and I'm just going to save time by using the -J, and then I'm going to say log into 192.168.30.1 28 for me. So I'm just doing the two commands in the one line rather than the one command. And I'm just saying, basically, go to the first IP, sign is at APNIC, then go to the next IP via that first IP. So it's going to ask me for the password twice, once for the jump host, and then once for my system. And you'll see at the end that you have the APNIC at group number that you've put your name against there. So in most cases, you should get to the system like that. Can I get you to indicate that you have gotten access to the system by clicking on the thumbs up, the green tick, or typing yes into the chat window? So we're getting a few yeses, that's good. So let's create, if we do a LSH, you can see that there is no .ssh. Now, in Linux, a full stop at the start of a folder name means it is hidden. So can you see how I've got all these directories with a full stop at the start? If I just do ls by itself, notice how I only see scripts because that's the only directory without a full stop at the start. So that's why we're putting a full stop, because we want it to be a hidden directory. So I'm just going to mkdir, which is make directory, full stop /sh. I'm going to change my security. So if I do a LSH on that, you can see that I've got it as a directory, read write executable for me, read write executable for my group, and read executable for everyone else, which is a bit of a problem if I want to keep my private key secure. So I'm going to do a change mod on that, and I'm going to specify, basically 0 means no permissions, 7 means full permissions. So I'm just saying give myself full permissions to that directory, but no one else. So now if I do a LSH, you can see the comparison. It's still a directory, I've got read, write, execute, but no one else has permissions. Unlike up here where everyone was able to read that directory. So that means that should be secure and only I should get access to it. So I want to change into that directory to do my next part. I'm just going to clear. I'll type in the history so you can see what commands I typed in. So based on that, we're now ready to create our public key and private key. So I'm going to use the SSH, helps if I spell it right, keygen -t. The algorithm is RSA. The sizing I want is very large, so 4096-C, and I'm just, instead of putting in a real email address as my comment, I've just created btNOG demo at Wednesday.2021. So you can actually put any sort of comment in there. Now, when I do this, it's going to generate it for me, but it's going to prompt me to answer certain questions. Looks like there's 30.1 not working. Okay, thank you. I'll have a look at that now. Just wait a second. It should be working now, so try that now, see if it works. So with this one here, I've not scripted the answers inside my command line. All I've done is put in the basic answers. And so what it's going to do is it's going to look at creating based on some question it asks you. So first part, it's going to ask you the file in which to save the key. And it's going to look at the default location and the ID. So at this point here, I could modify that to be more meaningful so I understand what it is rather than leaving it at the default ID RSA. So I might specify, and it won't allow me to use special characters. It did. So dot SSH. And I'm just going to give it the name of that. Now, if you are looking at moving this to other systems, it's best to put a passphrase on it. If you are looking at sharing this, say in a help desk environment where you have a group of people using certificate-based authentication for the same system, you may not want to put a passphrase on it, or you add a password to it still. And the advantages of that is that if the private certificate or the private key gets stolen, at least you've still got a passphrase on there. The other thing is, if you're looking at automation, you may not be able to put a passphrase on it. So I'm just going to leave it blank to make sure there's no passphrase. Okay, I'll run it again. I'll leave it as default. It didn't like the tilde in there. Enter, enter, and it should go off and create that. And it's created this key fingerprint for me. And you can see how I've got my comment added to the end of it. And it's created the default. The advantages of leaving it at the default, you can always rename it later. But it makes it easier when you do your SSH copy later on. And so I've given an example there of what you can name it. And I've used a date in front of it to make it a little bit easier. To have a look at the resulting information, let's do a cat ID underscore RSA.pub since this has been recorded. This doesn't matter if you see my public key, but if you look at my private key, then that is an issue. You can see this complex string of characters there. So if I do my private key, it's going to be, I'm not going to do the public key, so yeah, I won't do that. So now I've got that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this public key onto my server. Now, you can do it a couple of ways, and there's a long-winded step that I've got in the document that gets you the SSH to the system and then do something with opening up the authorized keys folder, pasting it in there. But to save time, I'm just going to use the SSH copy ID. Now I'm going to choose a system that is free at the moment, and 23 is not got any person's name against it. So I'm going to use SSH hyphen copy ID, and then the name of the server I want to log into using the user account 192.168.30.23. And that's going to, because I haven't specified anything with this SSH copy ID, it's going to grab my default ID RSA file and send that across. So I'm going to go yes. It's going to ask for the password, training. And I should get this resulting number of keys added is 1. Now, to test this, I need to tell my SSH to use my private key for connection to this server. So if I do SSH-I for my identity file, I'm going to then tell it the full path, or I can just, because I'm in that directory, I can drop that out. But I can do the ID RSA, and then I want to log in to that server. And when I press enter, it doesn't prompt me for a password now. Whereas if I don't use now because it's my default, it may still come across. Yeah, it's all right. Because I've left it with the default file name, it will only use that when it communicates. So it didn't matter either way. Whereas if I change that name, yeah, I won't change it. Once you've completed that, can I get you to indicate with a yes in the chat or a thumbs up in the reactions? So the 30.1 should be working now. I'll just clear. And there's a listing of commands for those people who want to duplicate what I did. And I think it's time for a break, isn't it? Yes. So I've got a question asking, is it okay to save the file to any IPS that were provided? IPs, yes. IPS, I was reading those intrusion prevention systems, but yes, you can save it to any in that table, just save it there, that's fine, and just test your connection to them. So it's time for a 15-minute break, so we'll have a break and then we'll come back. So I'll just stop my screen and I'll set up a
Well, I actually arrived here over there, and George was inside already, so I used another room.
set up a 15-minute timer.
It's not an It was like maybe March. It was a regular thing from March. Expire already? Yeah, it's expired. It's already got so far. Cancel the series or recreate. But it's still on computer. It's still on computer.
One that we're going to look at is the two-factor authentication. That's available on the wiki, and you can grab that. I'll just put the shared link into the Zoom chat window, so that way you can grab the document. So you should be able to get access to that, and I just realised I should show you what we're doing in the lab to make it a little bit easier. So we're just looking at this next lab, which is the SSH two-factor authentication. You should already be logged into the system. And what we're going to do is we're going to install this, what's referred to as a Google Authenticator. And that's a add-on that you can add to, say, Secure Shell or even to web services. We're going to use it for the Secure Shell. So we're going to install that using the command apt install libpam Google Authenticator. Then we're going to run that plugin, and that's going to give you a CLI setup where you get this massive QR code. Oh, I can't shrink that down. And that's the problem on the screen. Now, from my point of view, you may have listened to one of my talks. I'm very anti-QR code, so I don't trust scanning QR codes. So I tend to do a manual setup. Now, you'll see that they've got this new secret key. Instead of using the QR code on your device that has, say, Google Authenticator, I can just type in that instead, and it will link the device with this module plugin. And it uses an algorithm in the back end based on time-based tokens and so on. And so what it does is essentially you're going to be prompted when you first log in with two-factor authentication to type in a one-time password. That one-time password is calculated based on an algorithm and the time and the secret key, and that gives you that number, the verification code to do. We probably won't be able to do that in this time, but the process is that you go through and answer these questions, yes, 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 all the way through, and then you enable this plugin in SSH. Once that is enabled, by adding that line to the end of it, now I tend to add the null OK because that's great for when you're in an environment where you've got a help desk environment, and some have passwords and some don't have the two-factor authentication, they can still get access. They have a fallback. Once that's created, we restart our SSH and then we basically attempt to log in. Big hint, when you're setting up two-factor authentication to servers that are remote to you, do not close that initial connection, because if there's something wrong with the 2FA, you've potentially locked yourself out. So always keep your initial connection up and test it with a new connection. And we'll do that with a system where we log into our jump host and then log into our system from the jump host, okay? And in theory, that shouldn't take too long to do. So I'll stop my share. I'm going to share this screen. All I'm going to do so I can clear my history is I'm just going to exit out of that and reconnect, so that way I don't have a history there anymore. So let's create or sudo. I'm just going to save time and just do an update. Password is training. Now, in theory, you should do an upgrade of the software before you install new software, so that way it solves any problems. But just from a time point of view, I'm just going to do a install of our software. So lib for library, the PAM authentication module. And that's gone off, grabbed it, download the dependencies and installed it for me. Just going to clear the screen here, and then if I run that using a tab to autocomplete, I press enter, you'll get this, do you want to do time-based authentication? I'm going to say no at this point, press enter, and you can see how I've got this big QR code. And it's trying to set up this one-time password using the secret and so on. The other option is that I can paste the following URL into my browser, and if I've got a plugin on my Google web browser, it allows it to automatically be added to that. And on the wiki page is a link to that. Now, from my point of view, I use a different tool, which is WinAuth. Now, let's stop my share. So here I've got the WinAuth and the Google Auth plugin. So if you've got a Google browser, you can use that. I don't tend to use the Google browser. And I've got the WinAuth, which I've installed on a Windows machine. So rather than using your own phone, which you can use if you want, is the system on your phone. It's up to you. Whichever is easy. If you've already got a Google Authenticator on there, just remember that you'll have to delete it later on. So I'm just going to run my winauth.exe. And That's interesting. I've got a password on my WinAuth. So I won't be using my WinAuth, I'll just use my mobile phone to do that. So I'll stop this share screen. So all I've got is my authenticator here. Now, I don't think I can get. Now, when you change the screen size, it won't allow me to get access to it. So I'll just use the authenticator to create a new one. So I'm just clicking on Enter Setup Key for this. Give my account a name. I'm just going to call it btNOG. And the key that I want to use is this 2. So I've got to do a very manual, slow process. And as long as I haven't fat-fingered the typing in, I should have the correct one there. And it's going to say, do you want to update the file? I go, yes. Do I want to have by default 3 tokens available at any one time? The accounts for generated tokens in order to decrease the likelihood of problems. This window can be increased. I'm going to go yes. Rate limiting, yes, and that should be set up now. So I've now got my authenticator connected to a device for the one-time password. Now I need to enable a service to run this authenticator. So this is where I do my SSH component, and I'm just going to modify the etc pam.d, and in particular my SSH daemon. Now, in theory, I want to add this to the end of the line. So down at the bottom of my document. And what I want to add is the auth required. And I'm going to specify the Google Authenticator. So pam Google .so, and I want to add the null OK to the bottom of that, because that allows for the passwords as well. So it still allows the SSH key if I don't have the 2-factor authentication. I'm going to save this and shut down that program. And now I need to turn it on for my SSH configuration. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a simple grep first. I'm just going to say -i, and I'm looking for the keyword challenge inside the etc sshd_config, and that, I forgot to put the -in. I want to get the line number so I can save time and just jump to that line. So line number 61 is where I want to jump down to, just to save time from my editor point of view. So based on that, I now know which line to edit. So sudo nano 61, and it should jump directly to that line for me. And I want to change this line from challenge response authentication, no. I want to modify that to yes. I save those changes. And then I'm just going to restart my SSH and check the status. And I should have the green active. So I'll just throw that into my list there, and I'll just wait. When you've gotten to that point, please type in yes into the chat or thumbs up in the chat so I know whether to go ahead. Someone's raised their hand. Does someone need a hand? Did you want to unmute yourself? Please type in yes into the chat window when you're ready to move on. So I've got one yes, that's good. You can also use the reactions, thumbs up, or the green tick. We've got a couple of yeses, so I might just move on to the next part. So what I need to do is to open up a new SSH connection to test this. Remember, I don't want to lose this connection because if I've made a mistake, I've potentially locked myself out of this server. So I've just opened up a new connection and I'm going to connect to APNIC 202.125.1. 192.97.43, which is the jump host. Training is the password. And now I want to connect to my server. So SSH 192.168.30.28, I think is my server. I go yes. And it's asking for a password. So that's going to be my 5437734. Should be training. Let's run through this again. Just want to fix this. Google Authenticator. Do you want what I'm doing is just re-adding it because I think I set up the key wrong. So that's one thing about taking time between those, and I didn't take a screenshot of the key beforehand to double check that I typed it in correctly. So I'm just doing the YB. So I'm just going through the process again. I hate characters that the zero, I don't know whether it's a zero or an O. And if you are too slow, the actual one-time verification code doesn't match. And it's saying that the key is invalid. That worked then, so I found out. And so let's go yes, 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 yes. So that's running, just restart that. So the issue I've got is that my device is in Australian time and my device for the server is in New York time. And so the time-based token isn't working. So that's, I'm just going to fix that once more. No for time-based. Let's try it once more. This is a good example of why you shouldn't close your connection before testing. It doesn't seem to be working with my Google Authenticator. I need to figure out what's wrong. Normally I just do it there. So that's a problem, being able to test that. So I may need to move on to the next one, but normally that would be the process. Did anyone else get it working? So yeah, Alicia said it worked for her. I don't normally use the phone for my authentication, so that could be the issue. Because I tend to lock everything down on my phone. I hardly use it for anything. So we're going to move on to the next lab, which is a simple example of using hashing for creating a simple document. So I'll just close that down, which means I won't be able to get back into it, which is a bit of a problem, so that's okay. I'll fix that later. I can remove that later on in the back end. So just to share the document for what we're going to be doing next, we're going to do a simple hashing lab. So we're going to create a simple text document by sending information to a hash file. Then we're going to add an algorithm, MD5, to find out whether the output is something. Then we're going to remove a character. In this case, we remove the full stop at the end of the sentence, and we do the calculation again. And in theory, we should then be able to use other sharing and compare it. Now, if you're using a Windows system and you don't have Linux built in, you can use PowerShell or you can use this file checksum integrity verifier that you can download from Microsoft's website to do that. But you've got access to a Linux system, so we'll just do the Linux one. With the calculations, same sort of process for Windows. And then what we can do is that once we've got an idea of important files, say for an operating system, we can use this tool to then do a hash of those important files and basically run a script to do a comparison, either in the morning, weekly, or whatever. And if there's any sort of malicious files that have gotten into your system and modify those important files, you can be alerted to those. And that's what the end of this example is doing, is just showing how you can run it, go find all the password files, all the configuration files, all the YAML files, and create a listing of all the hash values for those. And then based on that, we modify one of those files, so the password file, and add an extra user, and then we can see the difference afterwards for that. So just to save time, we'll go through that process now. Has anyone, so I'll just share my screen again. So I've got a Linux system open. So what I'm going to do is just create a simple file called hash file. I'm going to have a look at the contents, and you can see in this hash file, it's got, this is the first document we will hash with a full stop at the end. So if I do an MD5 of that, I get this value. Now I'm going to modify that file so that it doesn't have the full stop. Run it through the same calculation, and you can see they're completely different. So it's created a completely different algorithm for that. What we can do then is we can use that concept to, as I said, highlight changes in important files. So if I do an important file, actually I don't want to do it on this system, I'm going to SSH. I'm just, so 23 is still free, so since I've locked myself out of 20, I'm going to log into 23, and I'm going to run this tool called find, and I'm saying have a look in the etc directory, and I'm looking for anything with the file name pass wd. If you find files, can you send it to this extra program, so execute it using md5 sum and send the name of the file and run it. And it'll do a calculation. Now I can have it come to screen, but then I won't have it later on. So I'm going to say, send that information to a text file or to another file for storage. So that's what I'm saying is send that information into that file. So now I have these three files, etcpam.d/password, etc/password, etccron.daily/password. So they've all been basically created the hash value and the name of the file in this text document. So I've now got a listing of those important files. What we're going to do is we're going to add a new user, which will show us a completely different listing of users in here. So that's the contents of this. So when I create a new user on a Linux system, the details of that user gets added to here. So what sort of name it is, what permissions and groups they're part of, and then what their bash shell is. And it also gets passed to the shadow file as well. So what I'm going to do is use the create user account, so sudo user add command. I'm going to specify which shell they can use, where the home directory is located, and which users, which groups they can be part of, and then the name of that user. So if I have a look at the etc password directory, you can see the last line, I've got a change. It's got user in there. Now, it's easy for us to identify. There's only 20 or so systems, 20 lines in this, so it's not that difficult for us to visually go and have a look at it. But if you don't know the contents of this file, using the hashing algorithm will make it so much easier for us. So if we look at this and run it through that same process again, but store it to a separate text file, I now will have two different files. I've got version 1 and version 2. So what I can do is I can create an output to see if there is a difference between those. So let's have a look at version 1 and compare that to version 2 using the diff command, which means show the difference between those files, and -y just means show us visually on screen, and see how I've got a dash in between. So it shows me here that this file, etc password, there's a difference between version 1 and version 2. So what I can do is I can then use a grep command. So if I can just do that. And drop out all the lines that haven't changed. And only return the lines that have changed. So straight away I can then figure out what is the problem with that. So I can then pass that again to a more complex algorithm. Okay. Since I know -f2. So that way I can get the results of, yeah, so all I'm doing is getting the file name. I could possibly change that to, let's see if I've got, there you go. So I can just grab the name of the files that have been affected rather than looking at the comparison. So there's different ways to automate and script that. So I have rushed through that because the timing of this, we're going to be running out. I'm sort of well behind my schedule. And I'm going to stop this here and move on to the theory for the packet analysis. So let's get started with the packet analysis. This is roughly what we're going to go through, looking at protocols, some of the tools, and then getting our hands dirty straight into doing some analytics. So when we look at packet analysis, we want to look at this OSI model, or the reference model, or the TCP IP model. So the idea is that you've got your applications right through to the physical, and how does the communication happen with that? When we look at the communication at the different stages of those layers will be the different protocols, and having a basic understanding of those protocols will help you when you try to look at those packets or to decipher or understand what's happening. So at the top level, layer 7, you've got things like Hypertext Transfer Protocol, FTP, and then at the layer 2, you've got things like the Ethernet, your MAC address, the Address Resolution Protocol, and so on. So what happens when you want to have some sort of communication over the network is that you're going to have your application, which is going to have the data. That gets sent down to the transport, which is basically getting some sort of information put on there to allow it to be transported across the network. And then you've got your internet or IP header, and then you've got your physical. How does it get from your electrical device, your network interface card, to the router, from the router to the next router, and so on. And then at the other end, it goes back up that model to get to the end. So looking at the layer 1 or the Ethernet layer 2, we've got our packet capture. Now this is a screenshot directly from our Wireshark, and I'll show you in the Wireshark lab how to get this view. This is the packet diagram view, which is new to version 3.2 of Wireshark. But essentially what we've got is our frame, which is the zeros and ones going across the wire. Then Wireshark will decode it, and it'll give things like what the MAC addresses of the network interface card, the source and destination, and then the type of Ethernet it is, or the ether. So in this case here, it's the type 0x0800, which is IPv4. And you can go and have a look at that link there to see the other Ethernet frames that are available from there. The next stage, from our Wireshark point of view, if we click on that, if it's IPv4, you'll get something like this header information here. And we talk about this when we talk about IP addressing and IPv6. We do the comparison between the two of those. But essentially, it's going to say what sort of version this protocol is, whether it's version 4 or version 6. The length of the message, whether there's fragmentation, the time to live. So that means each time a packet goes through a device on the network, that should be decremented from there. With the time to live, we then have things like our source address and our destination address to get there. For our IPv6, we're going to be doing a similar process. So depending on which packet you've got, it won't be both, it'll be just either version 4 or version 6. With the version 6, the header information is a little bit different and obviously bigger than the version 4 because of the addressing space. But we can go in and drill down on that. Then we go to the next layer, which is our transmission control protocol. And that's going to give us things like our flags, our three-way handshake acknowledgement, our synchronization, our finish, our reset or push, and other options that could be available there. Now, if you do want to get more technical over these, I keep referencing the RFCs, so you can go and read in detail for that. It's just that we've only got a short amount of time, so I'm not going to go in too much detail about that. Now, you could also not only have the TCP, but you've got UDP as well. And that, a good example of that is our DNS services use UDP. So TCP has a connection orientated and it basically guarantees delivery, whereas UDP doesn't guarantee delivery and there's no mechanism to check if packets are lost. So when we've got our OSI model, you can see these all linked there. So let's have a look at one of the services, Telnet. So Telnet allows you to basically go through and have a look at plain text, the information that's going through there. Now I'm just going to flick over to my browser and you'll see the different RFCs there, but I've got a link to a Telnet session. Don't want to do it in private tab, so okay. So it looks like I'll just have to open it up in here. Oh no, it did open it up in a new. So what we've got, that Telnet session, I'm just going to open it up in CloudShark. And that is a web-based version of a tool similar to Wireshark, if you're not familiar with that. But we can see things here where it's got the TCP three-way handshake at the top, and then it's got the protocol Telnet. If I click on the analysis tools and click on follow stream, you can see that it has basically grabbed all those packets, in this case there's at least 18 or more packets, and it's put it all back together and it's gotten the ASCII version of that. And we can see that it shows the login, the password, and the commands that were typed in. So instead of showing all the conversation, let's just do that way. So we can see, so it's just dropped out the echoes. So we've got the username is test, the password was capture, the command you typed in was uname-a, and then exit. So that's one of the disadvantages of using Telnet on a public network, is that it's open to interception and interpretation from that. I've already talked about that. I've talked about secure shell. So what tools can we use to look at our network traffic? We can use things like TCP Dump. And the advantages of TCP Dump is that it can be, it's a command line interface tool that you can put on some routers, and most Linux systems support that. You can use Wireshark and T-Shark to be able to do capturing. Wireshark has a graphical user interface, and T-Shark's just a terminal version of that. And then you've got some other tools like Windows 10 now has pktmon.exe, which is a built-in one. It's not as powerful as these other tools, but it is built into the Windows 10 operating system. If you also want analytics on the network traffic, you can use something like Zeek to do that. If you just want something to analyze a packet capture, you can use CloudShark, and I've given a demo of the CloudShark. So let's have a look at TCP Dump. So TCP Dump allows you to use certain commands to grab a copy of that traffic. Or you can replay packet captures and do analytics on that. So to do a simple packet capture for particular ports traffic, so in this case DNS traffic, we're going to say TCP dump. Now don't translate the numbers using the -n. The interface we want to use is -i, saying EN0. And the traffic we're looking for in particular is port 53, which is our domain name services. And this is what we should get on our output. Now, this is not being saved to a file. This just gets displayed on the current terminal window or screen that you have. And you should see these packets coming in there. So what you have here is a timestamp of when it occurred. You've got the type of protocol, the source IP, the source port number, the destination IP, the destination port number, some extra info about the traffic or this query, in this case, the DNS request. And that's the type V4, type A record, and the quad A record, which is V6. And this is the results from that. And you can see the port 53 is the DNS server's port. So you can see that this is the client requesting, and the bottom one is the response from the server to the client. What we can also do is write this out using the -w command. Now these commands, these options are the same for T-Shark as well. So we can specify an interface and the file that we want to write to, and -c is the count. How many packets do we want, rather than having it continuously grabbing packets. Now, the disadvantage of running this on a router is that it can cripple your system if you're not careful. If we want to replay that packet capture that we've got, so we've now got this capture, we can replay it using the -r command. -r means replay that file, and in particular, use this to display certain ports. So the advantages of when you capture traffic, you don't limit what traffic you capture, but when you replay it, you do a display filter, so that way you only see that type of traffic. So we can do other examples with this. So we can specify only traffic from or to a particular host by using the host command, or we can specify the source or destination to limit that type of traffic. We can limit on a protocol by saying TCP. We can also drill down. If you know about the protocol, you can drill down and have a look at a particular field in that protocol and a value that you're expecting for that field. So this is where a cheat sheet comes in handy. Let's close that down. Yes. So I've got this packet analysis spreadsheet, and it's a nice little tool, this one, that goes into details about all of the protocols, and you can just download So for example, the IPv4 header. So it goes in and it tells you information about that, what the offset is, what the field size is. And so we can see things here like the version 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, that's checksum. Yeah, it goes into a lot more detail. Header 2. So you can break it down into the different values and so on. So it's very detailed. You can get a lot of information from this. It wasn't the best one that I wanted. I thought I had another cheat sheet. But that's what we're looking at there. And you can also look at the RFCs to try and figure out what these numbers are as well. Now, from an Icmp v6 point of view, you can do this one, which is looking at neighbor solicitations. So we say grab Icmp traffic, and so we're doing an extra criteria and specifying the value of 135. Now, we're not doing IPv6 at the moment, but this is where you'll get that information there. UDP packets, similar process. It's going to look very similar to what we've done already. We get the answer TCP packets. Only difference is that we get this acknowledgement push ACK, and we get the length as well over here. So using Wireshark as a graphical tool makes it easy for your tier 1 or level 1 support people to get familiar with packet analysis, or new people to new network engineers and so on. I'm more moving away from the graphical analysis tool and more to the CLI, because you can do a lot more scripting with it, and you'll see that in the labs how I like using that. The disadvantage of using Wireshark is it's not an intrusion detection system, and it reads the packets, but it doesn't manipulate those packets. To install Wireshark, you go to the website, you download it, and you double click on it to run it, whether it's a Mac or a Windows system. From a Linux point of view, you can do a sudo apt-get update, sudo apt-get install Wireshark, but that will install an older version, so you need to add an extra repo to do the installation. Once you've got it downloaded and installed, it's a simple step to be able to start capturing. So when you first open it up, you'll get this welcome to Wireshark screen. In the center of the screen will be the list of interfaces that you have available to capture traffic on, and you'll see what I refer to as a heartbeat. So you'll see this sort of like a pulse, indicating that there's traffic seen on this particular connection. If it's flat, like this line here, that means there's no traffic seen. So if you start your capture on a device and you're not seeing any packets, it could be because there is no traffic connected or no interface connected correctly to it. Then you've got an option to enter a filter. Now the filter is going to either be a display filter, which means that all the packets are going to be saved or captured, but only those that match the display filter will be displayed in the main window. Whereas a capture filter means do not capture any other packets except for the ones that I want in this capture filter. So the advantages of that is that it's going to be a smaller file, so if you've got unlimited space, or you're not concerned about seeing all the protocols and all the traffic, then I normally don't apply a capture filter, but I apply a display filter. Depending on your system, you may have to enable promiscuous mode, especially if you're looking at tapping a Wi-Fi connection. So in a Mac, you may have to go to the capture option and allow it in the promiscuous mode there, or you may have to do it inside, say, VMware NIC or the Proxmox or some other location. But in theory, you need to enable the promiscuous mode. So once your packet capture has started, this is what your Wireshark window will look like if it's the default setting. Up the top is your toolbar. You've got your start, your stop, restart, and configuration capture options. You've got your actual packet list details, and each line represents one packet. And depending on your columns, you can modify those to display different settings, but it has a basic information there. Then you have your pane that shows you the packet itself, and then you've got your packet bytes pane as well, which shows you the hex value of what is being displayed, and if there's a way to decrypt that hex value into plain text, it will show the plain text next to that, and we'll use that later on. Capture filters are a way to reduce the size of your packet capture, or if there's so many packets and you're dropping packets when you're trying to investigate a network problem, you can use that. So for example, if I'm not interested in TLS or web-based secure traffic, I can say port not 443. And if I'm not interested in address resolution protocol and not ARP. So that means all I will get is DNS, plain text traffic like HTTP, Icmp, and so on. So I can drop that out. Now, if I save that file and I go, oh, I wanted to see the address resolution for this, I won't be able to because I've said do not capture it. So if you don't have a privacy situation and you've got unlimited space and you don't have any issues with throughput, I would not use the capture filter. Whereas I would use a display filter if I'm investigating. So I'll let all the packets go through, but I would restrict it. So if I'm troubleshooting a DNS issue, I could say, look for any of the UDP port equals 53, and I should then start seeing my DNS packets come to screen, even though I've got all the packets coming through that are non-DNS. Some other filters that you can apply, you can look for a particular IP address, whether that is a source or destination. And you can look for a particular conversation based on the two IPs and the AND. I can look for multiple types of protocols, but using the OR. If I did an AND, HTTP and DNS, then they both have to be true for it to display, which means I will get 0. So I've got all of these options here. We'll use some of these later on, and this one here is good if you're looking for plain text information. So you can go TCP contains reviews, or it could be frame contains reviews, or something like that. Once I've got a listing of packets on my screen, I can also do things with Wireshark and Tshark to follow those protocol streams. So I can right mouse click on a packet and go follow TCP stream, and it will grab that conversation. So all those related packets and put it back together to show you the plain text version. So if I browsed so in this case, this is a telnet session, I'll right mouse click on it, follow TCP stream, and I should see that decrypted like you can see here. I've got the decryption of this telnet session that's going to Oregon route view, and I can see the login details, the commands that were typed in, and so on. When I first open up a packet capture that I'm not familiar with, I tend to use the statistics quite a lot. So I would go in and have a look at the protocol hierarchy and have a look at this information like that. So we're 6 minutes over into the break, so I might stop it there and we'll come back and have our lunch first. We'll come back and do a little bit more theory for session 4, do some labs, and what I've got is a capture the flag where you're going to have to log into a system and answer some questions. So are there any questions at this point? So I've got, someone's said that they can't get into 192.168.30.9, so that needs to be reset. Okay, so I can do that. Can someone, what I will do over the lunch break is I'm going to shut down all of the machines and reset them for the next lab, so there's no need to worry about the two-factor authentication. So that should solve all of those problems. I've also got a question about technical quiz. I'm not actually doing the technical quiz, I'm doing the capture the flag. So whoever gets the most points in the capture the flag will be the winner. Or if everyone gets to complete all of it, I will do it based on the fastest and the most points. Okay. So we'll have a 1 hour break and we'll come back, finish off the theory and start the T# lab. Any questions?
Hello, everyone. We just have one announcement before everyone breaks for lunch. If all the participants can come back at 1:45, we have the fun quiz, and there are many exciting prizes for the fun quiz. It's 1:45.
So I'll set the
If there's any
timer for
other questions
37
by the
minutes.
participants. Yeah, that would be great.
What I might do is I'll change that. I'll set it to 35 so they'll come back a little bit just before.
Okay, only 6 of you qualified. Namgi is catching up. The next question. The Australian flag has how many stars? I think Warren will be able to provide a hint, but let's see. Is it 4, 7, 10, or 5 stars?
It has something to do with the Southern Cross, which you may not see because you're in the Northern Hemisphere.
5.
It's the
Okay.
Southern Cross constellation.
Okay. Namka. Question number 5. In which year England won the Football World Cup? Is it 1956, 1986, 1976, or 1966? I think the football fans will be able to answer this. Okay, only 5 of you. Someone is catching up. The 6th question. Bitcoin was launched in, was it 2017 or 2016, 2019 or 2018?
I assume this is for in Bhutan.
This is globally. Yep.
It was launched well before then.
So that means it's for Bhutan, I guess. Namka still leading. Which part of the body would a chiropodist treat? Is it a nose, fingers, feet, or chin? 9 answers, 10 answers, 12. Okay, only 19, 20 answers. 10 of you got it right. Okay, string Latin is catching up. We have a true or false question. A tomato is a fruit. Is it true or a false? Is it a vegetable? Is it a fruit? 2, 1. Okay, still 7 of you didn't get it right. Poop chain is on fire. Okay, identify the flag. Okay. Is it Indonesia, Austria, Poland, or Monaco? To which nations belong this flag? $19. 11 of you have got it right. String Latin is still leading. Who is the first tourist to visit in 2021 amidst the COVID-19, the pandemic? Was it Freya Miller, Florence Gale, Francis Back, or Fernandez Smith? Only 2 of you got it right. Tojing is catching up and he's on fire. Question number 11. The price for fuel in Bhutan increased to an all-time high on 19th October 2021. 2. Which pair is the right answer? Is it 80.6 for petrol, 81.54 for diesel, 82.54 for petrol, or 81 for diesel? 77.68 petrol, 75.02 for diesel, or 81.5 for petrol, or 80.06 diesel. Okay, 2 of you have got it right because you must be driving. String Latin is still leading. The famous actor Hugh Jackman, known as the Wolverine, was born in which city in Australia? Brisbane, Perth, Sydney, or Adelaide? Which one is it? Okay, 8 of you have got it right. Let's see who are the winners. My God, still string Latin. Complete the lyrics. Oh my God, look at that face. You look like my next. Is it a mistake, big break, heartache, or heartbreak? Any Taylor Swift fans over here? Okay, 2 of you have got it right. Take is on fire, but string Latin is still leading. Complete the movie title. Indiana Jones and the Temple Run, Tombstone, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, or the Forbidden Kingdom. Five of you have got it right. And string Latin is still leading. So this question, okay. Guess the movie from the poster. So this is a Bhutanese movie. Guess the movie from the poster. Is it Karma, Drying Lhamo, Yupum Yutso, or Lexin? 3, 2, 1. Okay, 15 of you have got it right. More Bhutanese movie lovers. Belden is on fire. It's coming up. So this question, the last question, you have got the double points. So make sure that you could get it right. They could be a game changer. It's a puzzle. You have to arrange it, the following foreign currency exchange rates in Bhutan from highest to lowest. Singapore dollar, US dollar, Canadian dollar, or Australian dollar. You have to compare it with the Bhutan's rate from highest to lowest. You still have some time. You can think it and do it. $20 more seconds to go. 13, 14 of you have answered. 16, 17. Three, two, one. Okay, 8%. Let's see. Third holder is Steak. Second is Balden. And the first one is Xoring Hutton, I think. Yes. Just take this screenshot. Congratulations. The first and second will win the prizes. Thank you. Oh, okay. And can you turn on your video, the first and the second winners, please? I can stop the screen share now. Xoring Hutton and okay, the normal hand. Okay. So how to take this photo? Okay. Right. Congratulations to 2 winners. I think we have entered the fun quiz, and please stay on because we still have a technical Catch the Flag CTF where you are going to win a bigger prize than the prize what we are going to provide for fun quiz. Over to you, Warren.
Thank you. So it was an interesting quiz. I got stuck on a couple of those. I didn't know where Hugh Jackman was born, so I've learned something out of that. So we're going to continue with the slides. So I'm just going to share my screen with the slide deck there, and we'll finish off the theory, and then we'll start on the labs again. Now, I reset the labs during the break, so you may have been disconnected. That would be why. So as I said with the Wireshark, when I open up a packet capture for the first time, I use the statistics menu to try and get an understanding of what's inside this packet capture, especially if the packet capture has thousands of packets in there. So it's easier to have a look here. And as you can see in this example here, I've looked at the protocol hierarchy and it shows me a summary of the protocols that are in use. So I can see I've got IPv6, IPv4, and then I've got the different types of packets, and I've got nothing really percentage, not very high at all, only a small amount of packets there. But I can see based on my IPv4, the interesting traffic from the protocol is this bit time. So I may want to investigate that further. It may be a legitimate reason for using bit time, could be downloading Kali Linux, or it could be downloading some sort of other Linux ISO. But from this, I can see from the protocol hierarchy that there is some interesting traffic there. From that, I would probably pivot across to the conversations to see what IP addresses are in this and who are they communicating with. And I can see my source IP address and my destination IP address from this conversation. It looks like the majority of traffic is from 86 and 87. And this 87 is communicating to a lot of different IP addresses and so on. So I can drill down on that and I can see I've got this 51597 and I can probably find out who owns that based on different traffic. Now, some of the traffic that you're going to have, we're using the hypertext transfer protocol, but it might have secure socket. So we've got this secure socket layer here, and there's so many packets there. Now, by default, I'm not going to be able to decrypt that unless I've got the keys, and I can set up a shared key log file and be able to get Wireshark to automatically interpret that traffic and decrypt it for me. To do that, I would go into Wireshark's preferences down to the TLS protocol, and I would add that SSL keylog file into the file there. Now, in the lab, I'll show you how to do that, but it's you need to do it on the client side and be able to capture those keys, or you need to set up some sort of reverse proxy where you intercept the TLS traffic and replace it with keys that you have access to. Well, I won't show you how to do that in the lab, but I'll just show you how to set up on the client side. Now that's using the graphical user interface. I've mentioned that I tend to like to use the command line interface because I can do a lot more scripting with that. And so a tool that is installed in the Windows versions of Wireshark is Tshark, and that's a terminal version that I can use. The other command line tool that I can use for packet analysis rather than packet capture is Zeek, and what that does is you replay the packet capture and it will divide it up into different types of packets. So connection-based packets, protocol-specific packets, whether there's something strange about that, so detections, and then other observations. So you've got this in particular weird log. So I'd run a packet capture through Bro or Zeek, and then in that same directory, it'll create all these different files, and I would then investigate the weird.log file, and then from there, I would go back and review these other files depending on what's happening. So I might find there's something strange happening from the web, or some sort of device is doing beaconing out to a command and control. So I'd go have a look at the connection logs. I may need to pull out any sort of encryption, so the X509 certificates, and have a look there. So once you've started doing your packet capture and you're starting to store those and you want to start reviewing them, there's different strategies for analyzing those packet captures. Two main strategies are a signature analysis, and this is where you'd use something like an intrusion detection system to help automate this, but you're looking for distinctive marks. So you may have been sent an advisory from a CERT saying that there's malicious traffic happening from this IP address. So you would go and look for a particular IP address in your packet captures to see if you've seen that. There's things like host names, or some hacker groups will have ego strings, which means that they're basically strings that are put into the code. Or it might also be just information that's in the header of the, say, the HTTP request. So an Nmap scan is a good example of that. So if I don't change any of the default behavior and I log on to a network and I start a scan of that network, it's going to leave certain capabilities that would be easy to identify. So an example here, if we look at this packet capture, I've got this IP address going to this same IP address here, but notice the ports. So I'm using different ports here, but this on the destination, the port numbers are going up. So we've got 1, 3, 4, 6, 6, 7, 9, 13, 17, 19. And that's what an Nmap scan does. it basically scans an IP address and then tries to see what's on each of those ports in sequence. And so that means that I could potentially be certain that this is an Nmap scan of that destination. So I'd need to have a look at that endpoint or that host to see if it's been compromised. On top of that, I can use something called session analysis. And that's basically looking at the metadata rather than just the signatures, which is helpful. Normally you'll find the signatures will alert you to unusual or strange behavior, and then you use the session analysis to validate or to investigate further. So in this case, the metadata, if it was an Nmap scan, is that same IP address contacting other systems on the network, rather than just looking at the one-off environment. Might be also the type of traffic, or is there information being transferred that shouldn't be transferred? So look at the behavior of the systems. And that's only important if you know what is normal for your network. So an example here is looking at a ping packet where the ping packet looks normal, but if I drill down into the what should be normal behavior of a ping packet, for example, the length of a ping packet shouldn't be greater than 76 or 75 bytes. So what I can do is I can filter out packets that are valid and look for a data length. And based on that, I've got these two strange packets that look suspicious. And if I look at the ASCII value of the ping packet, it actually shows that it's got a message in there saying blue chat 10.100.17.48, transfer all of the funds to account number, and there's an account number there. So it's sending a secret message using the ping command. So that is using the different techniques to discover strange behavior networks. So you've got your signature analysis and you've got your session analysis. So which one should you use? You should probably use a combination of both of those. Now we're a little bit behind in regards to the lab guides. So I'm going to skip doing the signature and session analysis, which is our TCP Dump lab. And I'll jump straight through to the T-Shark lab. The reason for that is the T-Shark lab is run on our virtual environment downstairs, whereas the TCP Dump lab is run on the Academy, and you can do that at any time. So I'm just going to flick over to the Wiki page, and I will copy that link and put that into the Zoom chat. Just to show you what's in the TCP Dump lab. The TCP Dump lab is basically you're going to connect to a virtual machine on the Academy and you're going to replay some packets. So there's this fake AV packet capture, and you're going to use different commands to investigate that packet capture. So it drills down and goes into details. This guide gives you a nice overview of that. So you still need this PDF for the TCP Dump. It's not related to the capture the flag. So from T-Shark point of view, this is what we're going to do. We're going to connect to our remote system using the SSH command. We're going to install our Wireshark because that's a requirement to get T-Shark because it sets everything up as well. So we're going to install it on our Linux environment using this sudo apt install command. Then we're going to install our T-Shark. And once we've got that, we're going to download these PCAP files that are available on the Wiki page. They're called exercise_pcaps.zip. And we're going to unzip those and start building out and asking certain questions about those packet captures. The questions that I want you to try and answer are here. So we're going to install Wireshark, and the first question is the file telnet.pcat. Can you tell me who logged into 192.168.0.1? The username and the password. And then what did they do after login? So let's start off by installing Wireshark and Tshark on our Linux system, and then we'll go through, extract the packet captures, and we'll open up Telnet. So I'll demonstrate that here. So I'm just going to share my screen. So I'm just going to jump over to the system. So using the -J command. Password is training, or lowercase. And I'm going to use the sudo apt-get update command just to make sure I've got the latest version. And then I'm going to install the software properties common. And that's going to download all the dependencies that we need for Wireshark. And then you can do a standard sudo apt-get install Wireshark, but it's not going to install the latest version. So I tend to add the repo, so sudo add apt, and I'm just going to point it at the Wireshark dev environment to get the latest stable version. Press enter to accept the changes. And now I can do the update again, just to make sure that it's synchronizing and includes that. And I can see here I've got the Wireshark repo now. And then from here, I can do the install. And in theory, that should download a version that is greater than 3.2. And we need that version if you wanted to look at the packet diagram option that I showed in the slide deck earlier on. Now you'll get this packet configuration message pop up. So just use your arrow key to move the red square over the yes and press the space bar to allow non-super users to be able to capture packets. So that means I don't need to run it as sudo, because that can be a problem. Whereas if this is a secure production environment, you may not want to install Wireshark on it, and you definitely don't want to allow non-super users to capture packets. But in theory, it should be a non-production system that you install this on. So to be able to run Wireshark without having to reuse the sudo command, I'm going to add my current account to the Wireshark group, and that will give me all the appropriate permissions on that software. So I go sudo user mod. I'm going to add a group. I'll add to the group Wireshark, and it's going to my account. And instead of just typing in APNIC, I can just do a who am I, and that basically runs the who am I command and then pipes that variable into here. For this to take effect, I would need to log off and log back on again. So I'm just doing that now. And I just realised by doing that, I've lost my history. So that was a silly thing of me. And now I should see when I run Wireshark, I've got version 3.48, which is close to the latest version. Now I want to add T-Shark because we don't have a GUI on our server here. So I'm going to use the CLI version of Wireshark. Now that I've got Wireshark and T-Shark installed, I'm going to grab the PCAP files using the wget command. And I've just gone to the wiki page, copied the URL to lab PCAP's file, and I press enter and it brings it down, and I should see, oh, actually I didn't change directories. I'll just move that. So that way it's all in a nice location here. To unzip this zip file, I need to install a program called unzip. So I'm just going to use sudo unzip, and that's going to allow me to now unzip this file, and I want to do a -J so it doesn't create a subdirectory because I want it to be extracted into this one directory here. So now I should see I've got all these PCAP files in that directory. Let me know when you've gotten to that point there. Can I get you to do a thumbs up or type in yes in the window? Xoring, thank you. So that's one person. How's everyone else going? So what I'm doing on the command line we will repeat with Wireshark, the graphical user interface. So the advantages of doing it on the command line is that you learn and you can actually drill down a lot better on the packet capture compared to the GUI. You can't get just that information out. So we've got one person. Anyone else ready? Can you type yes into the, or thumbs up into the chat? That would be good. Excellent. Okay, so let's look at the first one, and that's going to be our telnet. So I'm going to use tshark-r to replay the telnet pcap. So telnet pcap, and if I just do a enter on that, it's going to shoot on past my screen. So all I want to do is just show the first 10 records in this packet capture. And so from our packet capture, we can see that we've got our packet number in the first column, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we've got a timestamp of a relative timestamp of 0 being the start, right through to the last packet, which whatever the time frame would be. And then we've got our source IP to our destination IP, the type of protocol, TCP, the packet size, and then the port number from the source to the port number of the destination. So 1550 is our source port, 23 being our destination port. And then we have the packet data or the flags related to the protocol. Because this is TCP, we see SYN, SYN-ACK, and ACK. So based on that, we can see some information there. What we can also do is use the WC for word count by line -L to see how many packets are in the packet capture. So there's 92 packets in this packet capture. So based on this, we can see the communication between 0.2 going to 0.1, so 192.168.0.2 to 192.168.0.1. So what was our question that we wanted to answer in the slide deck? And that was, who logged into 192.168.0.1? So this is where we can use our filter to, or display filter, to look for particular traffic on a IP address. So let's have a look at the traffic for our IP address of, let's see, we're trying to look at the interesting traffic going to the 192.168.1. So what I'm going to do is arrow up to bring up this, and I'm going to add IP.destination because I'm looking at that as the server. And I'm pasting in the IP address that I want here. And I'll look at the top 10 records there. So we can see that handshake happening. All the traffic coming from 2 to 1. In theory, it should be half the communication. So we had 90 something. So we've got 48. So yeah, it's about half. What I can also do is I can drop out the TCP protocol because I'm interested only in the telnet traffic. So let's add a filter that only shows the destination of that IP address for the telnet protocol. And so we've gone from 90 something packets down to 20 or so packets. So we've drilled down on that quite well. Now, there are some extra information here. Now, if this is multiple machines connecting via telnet to this server 192.168.0.1, what I can do is filter out the IP addresses that might be of interest. So what I can do is I can specify, let's have a look at this packet capture and get some interesting information based on certain fields. So I want to drill down on the field, -e means show me this field, include, and that's going to be the IP.source address and the IP.destination address. Now what this will do is it will just bring back everything and I'll get 90-something records in there. So what I can do is using my Linux system tools, I can use the tool sort, so they get put in a sequence, and then I can use the unique command and do a count. So what it does, it sorts them, and then anything that is the same, it will group them together. Use that unique sort. So based on that, I can see I've had 44 packets go from 0.1 to 0.2, and I've had 48 packets from 0.2 to 0.1. So that gives me a nice summary of the IP addresses and the conversations that are happening. I can go into a little bit more detail about the conversations using the conversation field. So I can use the report. So I'm going to say Q, if I do Z, show me the conversation, in particular for TCP, it's going to show me this information here, what port, the duration, the frames and bytes and so on like that. Now, what it also did was it showed me all the packets at the top of this output. You can see that up the top here. So if I don't want that packet capture to replay, I can use the -Q to make that quiet. And what I get is just a summary. So this is like going into the Wireshark statistics menu and looking at conversations. So I'm doing this on the command line. So it's a nice little communication there. So now I've got this conversation list. I can also do, if you're familiar with Wireshark, remember I showed you how you can do follow TCP string. I can do that from my command line. So using the -Z again, I can do a follow TCP, and I want to see just the ASCII version of that, and I'm looking at the first stream, so 0, 1, 2, and we'll look at that in the Wireshark component. And what this will do is it's going to put everything back together, and it's like just seeing the communication that's happening in that telnet. So we can see that we've got things happening here. So I've got node 0 is .2, node 1 is .1 on port 23. And we go down here, we can see that's OpenBSD, login, fake, password, user. We've got a banner display. We've got a command that looks like a pin to yahoo.com, the response from that. And then we've got ls-a and exit. And we've got the results of that. So that's quite interesting from that point of view. What I can do is I can script this to look for particular keywords. So the question was, what was the username and password used to log into 192.168.0.1? So let's use this to then drill down on that. So I'm going to use the grep command, -E, capital E means regular expression, -I means doesn't matter whether it's uppercase or lowercase. I want to grab after I find this string, show me the next 2 lines after it, as well as the line that you found. And so from that, I'm going to say look for keywords. And if we have a look up here, the keywords were login, password. Because I don't know what the password and login will be. So I'm looking for that prompt that will be there. So I'm saying at the start of the line, look for the word login, colon. At the start of the line, look for pass. Because it could be password or just pass. And if we've done the TCP dump lab, I've got a more complex regular expression there. But in this case here, you can see that what I've got is I've said, essentially replay this command. The output goes to this command here and search for anything to do with the word login or the word pass at the start of the line. So when I press enter now, what it's done is it's just returned those lines that I needed. So that first question, who logged in? Fake. What was the password? User. I'm not too sure what the 6th character is, but it's, yeah. I can use awk to just grab the first line and the last line of that occurrence, but I've just left it at this. So that's a nice little summary. I've grabbed the 99 packets, put it through a stream on the command line, and I've just pulled out anything to do with login and password from that. The next part was to see what commands were typed, and we can see that in this stream here. So you can manually go through, but the next part of the lab, I actually show you how to pull all that information out. So if I go arrow up and use the grep command, and I'm looking for special character, that's what the -F means, and grab anything for 2 lines after that. And the special character I'm looking for is the $. You can see here that I've just pulled out the $ symbols here, and we can see that we've got these essentially the prompts when I log into a system. So you can see how I've got the $ symbol here at the end of my prompt. And so I've said, grab those, and that gives me this sbin, ping, Yahoo, ls, lsa, and exit. So I could see what this person done. They tried to check for internet connectivity, check what files are in that directory, and then they exit from that. Now, if you want to be a little bit more adventurous, you can use a tool like awk to pull out the specific commands. So I'm just going to say, using awk, look for this special character at the start of the line, so, which is the $ symbol. And then what I'm going to use is I'm going to use the results of that to grab that information, but 2 lines underneath. So only return those 2 lines . And so what this is going to do is it basically will find this, grab the 2 lines after, but only return this last line, because each one of these, that's line 1, line 2, line 0, 1, 2. So it's only going to return that last line. And so in theory, what I should get is from that packet capture, look for the $ prompt, which is the start of the command prompt in a Linux session. Look for the second line after that and just return that to the output. So I now have just the results of those commands. Any questions about what I've covered? So with this lab environment, I'm going to be introducing you maybe to some commands that you haven't come across from a Linux administration point of view, but it also is used in regards to investigating the packet captures. So of using some known field types that are available. What you can do if you want to look at other field types, there's this tool where you can do -G and help. And what that does, it shows me reports that I can get information about. In particular, there's a report about the fields, or the field counts, or the decodes, the column formats, and so on. So I can drill down on those in more detail. Sonam, you've asked about Wireshark audit log. So you want to know whether you can do an audit log for this. If you want, you can use the SSH audit log. So whenever you SSH into a system, you can tell it to record your keystrokes and save it to a text file. So if you're using Windows and you're using PuTTY, that would be able to be done from that. That's one way of doing it. Now, I don't know if I've got a link in the wiki page here. It might be in the shared Word document. I'll just check. Yeah, so if you have a look at the shared Word document, depending on how you SSH, you can use the PuTTY session logging, and that will save it to a text file for you. I'll need to look for one for just inside the Linux shell to be able to do a session logging. But what you can do is, there is another tool called ASCII Cinema. You can install that, and it basically creates a movie, a little text file of everything you've typed. So there's that tool as well that you could possibly use as a screen dump of everything, and it's in text format. But in theory, you could also use the history. So there's my history of commands that I've typed in. And so you can then save that out, and that gives you your audit log. Does that answer your question? I'll also, just the same time, I'll paste these in here so you can grab those links. So if you use SSH from PowerShell, you can create a transcript of your commands, and PuTTY, how you can do session logging. So as I've mentioned, you've got this -G that allows you to do reports, and we want to look at a report to do with fields. So we can use the fields, and if we want, we can use the grep command to look for a particular value type field. So if you know what the protocol is that you're trying to look for, you can say, tell me anything to do with Icmp. And there's all these different field types and protocols that we can look at. So you've got P for protocol. So it allows me to then say, okay, the field type is icmp.type, icmp.code. So that means that when I want to do a filter, I'll base it on these field names that are there. So that's how you can find out more details if you haven't looked at the Wireshark manual in the past. So what we're going to do now is look at the covert info, and that's similar to in the PowerPoint slide where I showed you the data exfiltration where the Icmp packet was greater than a normal Icmp packet size. So we can do the same in T-Shark and find out that by using T-Shark-R, which one are we looking at? Covert. And we're going to, just like what I mentioned in the slide, data.length is greater than, and I'm just going to make it extra large, greater than 100. And I can see I've got two packets in here that are greater than 100. The actual size is 182. So that could be an issue. So what we can do is, using that, we can have a look at the data, see if there's anything of interest for that. So we're going to drill down on a particular field, and that field is the actual data field. And that's the results of that data field. And we saw that in the PowerPoint slide where we had that. Now what this is actually hexadecimal. So that is a problem. I need to decrypt this in some format. So if you want to, I can use that same view that Wireshark has where we have the packet byte information down the bottom. I can do that in T-Shark. I can use the -X to extract that information. Now, this packet capture, it only has 2 packets. So it's not that big a deal using the -X to do that. So I get a nice little display there. I've got the hexadecimal values on the left-hand side and the ASCII values on the right-hand side. But if I have a packet capture with 9,000 packets in it, it's just going to scroll off the screen because I'm not doing any filtering with that extract. So that is a bit of a problem. So what I could do is use another tool that is built in that allows me to view hexadecimal. And so I can do the same as I did here with the data and then pipe it through to XXD and open it up inside my XXD. And all I've done is I said, instead of opening it up fully, just replay it and place it in place on the screen here. And so that's pulled out that ASCII information for me. So these tools, you'll probably need to do some research if you haven't used them before. That is another way of ripping out information from the packet capture. Any question about that? So the labs build up on that. So I'm going to skip a couple of the labs because we'll come back to the same and do the same in the Wireshark. But I like to show you in the command line so you can drill down on it a little bit better. So one lab that we want to look at is the, let's see, I'm just going to stop share. Don't know how this will work if I share my whole screen. Okay, that worked. So just drilling down to here where we've got our T-Shark lab. So we're at the FTP option. Essentially, what I'm doing is I'm building up each time looking at the information. So like what we did at the beginning, we looked at the conversation. the question was, what was the ftp.response.code 530 equal to? And so we did a search for that. Then I'm drilling down onto the request and I'm pulling out details about user from that. The next one is looking at a conversation between two people, and I'm pulling out information about that conversation here. Number 7 is looking at this voice over IP or SIP conversations and being able to extract that. Now, I'm able to get it out really nicely, but the problem is being able to convert it from a raw packet capture into a WAV file causes some issues. So I'm able to do it in the Wireshark GUI, but on the command line, I need to experiment a little bit more with that. But there is the option that I show you there, how you would normally go about it. What I want to do is to jump down to the use Tshark to capture packets. So this is the process of creating a packet capture. Now to do this, I'm going to use a tool called tMux. So we can have the one window open. Up the top will be where you grab the packets. Down the bottom will be the commands that you run to cause interesting traffic. So the first command is to see what interfaces you have available. And using the tshark-d, you'll get these type of interfaces. We're going to listen on Ethernet 0. And we're going to start a packet capture and do a ping command, and that gets through this process here. And I'm doing a different types of packet captures and showing you how to look for help with that. I'm doing a capture filter because this is a small system and I just don't want to get all the traffic. So I use the -F to filter out anything other than Icmp. If you have a graphical user interface Linux system with a GNOME desktop, you can use the color option and it will also color code them just like Wireshark GUI does. So I'm just doing different capture Tshark commands and interesting traffic being a ping. Now, what is of importance is being able to use this to listen to various traffic. And I'm saving it to a file here. We've done that. And I'm adding fields to that to display things and grab information there. What I want you to be able to do is to extract the HTTPS type traffic. So to listen to HTTP traffic, it's port 80, or you can specify HTTP. And we can specify a duration for that. Where we're going to get to is near the very bottom is the ability to capture the hypertext transfer traffic. Now to do that, we're going to have to set up some sort of process of creating this SSL key log. We're going to use this in the Wireshark lab as well as this lab. So let's go ahead and do that now. So to show you that, so what I'm doing is I'm just going to create a file. I'm just going to add information to my bash RC file. And that basically, when you log into a system, it runs this bash RC and it makes it available environment variables or something like that. So what I'm saying here is add this command to the bottom of that file. So I'm just going to say echo, or I could just open up Notepad, Nano, export SSL key log file equals, and where do I want to store that key file? I'm just going to say store it in my users directory and call it SSL key.log. The double greater than symbol means appended to that file, so make sure you put two greater than symbols. And so if I display that, you can see I've got that at the bottom of that file. I need to restart my bash RC, otherwise I will not enable that environment variable. So now that is enabled, I should see that environment variable. So if I do an echo,
Are you on mute?
sorry about that, just some issues with the other tutorial. So now that I echo that out, that variable means that I'm going to start having my keys when I create a session that requires public-private keys stored into that log file. Currently at the moment, if I try to if I don't do, it doesn't exist because I haven't done a web session. So I'm going to install a text-based web browser called Links. So sudo apt-get install -y -lynx. And then all I'm going to do is run links to connect to a website. But what I'm going to do is use my tmux command to, actually no, I can't use tmux for this one, so that's important, because with tmux it creates two separate sessions and the environment variable doesn't work. So what I'm going to do is run a command called tshark . I'm going to specify it to be quiet so it doesn't show me the output to the screen. I'm going to say run it for 20 seconds, so duration of 20 seconds. I want it to be written to a file called https.pcap, and I want to filter based on, because I'm using SSH to communicate to this server, it's going to include that in the packet capture. So I don't want to include my SSH traffic, so not port 22. And then I'm saying run that in the background. So that's going to run for 20 seconds. Then I'm going to want to go to a website and download that interesting traffic. Now, the easiest way to save time, because you've only got 20 seconds, is to copy the URL from the PDF. And so I'm grabbing that. What I'm saying is go to links and open up that website. In this case, it's a file, evil.sh. So let's run that. That's running, paste that in, and it's going to say, do I want to continue? Yes, yes, D for download, and it's going to download that file. Download link, suggested file name, save to disk. And it's saving it to disk. So that's now been saved to disk. I need to press tab to go up, then press enter. Then I just press Q to quit. And it's now finished my packet capture, and it's also downloaded the file. And in theory, now I've had some issues where it didn't work correctly, but we'll see how it goes. If I have a look at that SSL log, I should now see that random server key in there. And I can use that to decrypt that TLS traffic. So let's replay our packet capture, -r, HTTPS. If we do a QZ and try to look at the conversation, sorry, not the conversation, but the protocols, we can see that we've got this protocol hierarchy statistics. It shows me that I've got TLS, but nothing else. Whereas if we add our key log file to that to decrypt it, I'm just going to point it at my variable. And I press enter, look at the difference. I now can see the web traffic, the HTTP data TLS. So that means I can now drill down and finish off investigations with that. I can get a lot more detail. I can even get to the point where I can pull out the actual file that was downloaded from that and play it back. So the lab will go through that with you. Because we're running out of time, I'm just going to show you the Wireshark lab. So everything that is happening in the T-Shark lab, we do exactly the same, but using the graphical user interface. So the first stage, if you haven't got installed on your local machine, because this is where you'll need to use your local machine, I can't give you access to a remote version of Wireshark, so don't worry about that. Essentially what you're going to do is download the exercise files and open up in Wireshark. So let's have a look at the telnet. So you get this window open up. We've got our packets sizing, how many are there. We right mouse click on the packet and go follow TCP stream, and it shows you those results. Now, I wasn't able to drill down just on that information there. But I do show you how to add columns to be able to get the data out and display it directly, say for our DNS and so on like that. So we can add profiles to our stream as well. So if I click here, I've got these listing of profiles that I can create. So normally when you first open up, our Wireshark, you're going to have this profile set to default. So what you can do when you're doing an investigation is go into preferences, go to edit, go into configuration profiles, and you can click on add and create a new profile. So I can call this btNOG. I click on OK, and you'll see that it's now changed to that profile. And I can now go to my preferences and change the layout based on my investigation. I might want it to have the packet diagram packet list, packet details, packet diagram. So that gives me a nice little view there, and I can drill down, and when I click on a field, you'll see that field being highlighted in the diagram here. So if we go to Ethernet, click on the type field, if I scroll up here, the type's now highlighted. So it's great for helping new engineers to understand the technical side of packet captures. So flags, shows me where it is down here, IP address, and so on. So these lab guides will allow you to do a lot more. So we can right mouse click and do a follow stream on our telnet, and that gives us that information there. We can also change the conversation, so we can see just the information that is being sent to the server. So that gives us a similar view to what we saw when we did our tshark command. The other option that we can do is that we can add specific columns or custom columns to then be able to add extra information. So if we go to columns, I'm going to click on the plus symbol, and I'm going to call that, if I spell it right, telnet data, and the type of information is going to be a custom, and then the field is the field that I want to include, and you can use the help or online documentation to find out the field data that is available. Now, unfortunately, I think this should be a feature request. I can't, actually, it did let me. Yes, so you can drag and drop it up so it's in front. For some reason, yesterday it wouldn't let me do that. And so you'll now see I've got my telnet field here with my telnet data. So what I can do is try and basically drop this down to a display filter. So I'm going to say telnet data and ip.source equals 192.168.0.2, and I press enter. And what I've now done is I've grabbed all of that information that we saw in that stream, the one-way conversation, and I've got it displayed nicely in this packet capture here. Any questions about that? Now, this is the first time I've run this tutorial with these two labs, the tshark and the Wireshark, and it seems like I need probably a full day just to get you up to speed with these. So we're going to run out of time. My suggestion is that you've got the guides. If you've got access to a local Wireshark, you've got the packet capture files, you can experiment with this and read the guide and research. I'm hopeful that you'll give me some feedback about what you found useful for these. I also go through the process of capturing traffic for the HTTPS on a Windows 10 system using that same environment variable. Unfortunately, on my Windows 10 system here, I would need a virtual machine to get it to work successfully. I had issues with it. It could be my malware, antivirus protection stopping me from creating environment variables. I don't know. So we've covered quite a bit of information. What I do want to do is to get you to apply this knowledge and to apply your own research to this. So we're going to access a lab environment called a capture the flag, a CTFD environment. So to get access to the CTFD environment, what you're going to have to do is use this command to connect to a remote server running the CTFD. So you're going to use SSH-L, so it's going to create a tunnel on port 4000 to this server via the jump host here. So just to show you this. Now, is there anyone using a different tool rather than the Linux system to connect to? Because you'll need to raise your hand to let me know. So all it's going to do is prompt me for the password to get to the jump host. So now I've got a secure shell tunnel to the jump host, which allows me to tunnel to that IP address. So I open up my browser and I go to localhost port 4000 and press enter. Sorry, HTTP. I haven't set up a reverse proxy to allow HTTPS. So using just, that's why we're doing the secure shell, because you still have that encrypted channel. So it's just HTTP So HTTP : // localhost : 4000, and you should see this environment here. So what you'll need to do is to click on register to then create an account. Now the email doesn't work, but if you want to be in for the prize, we do need a valid email for that to occur. Username, it's up to you what you use, but again, if you want to be available to get the prize, I think they want you to use your real name for that. And then a password. Now, I will leave this open for the next, I don't know, let's say next 3 hours. I'll specify the end time on the wiki page for the CTF, but you should be able to then get access to that and log in. So I will add these details to the shared document. I'm just going to log in. So I'm stopping my screen share so I can then show you. So once you've logged in, you should see the listing of challenges. Now there are some hidden challenges, so you've got to complete some challenges to then see the rest of those challenges. So we've got one of the simplest ones to try first is to hash or not to hash. So based on our cryptography that we did in the first couple of sessions, what is the MD5 hash value of the exercises _pcaps.zip file? You can download from that location and you need to do that. Now, if you downloaded this pcap file already, so for example, on that APNIC terminal server that you accessed, you can run it there, or if you've got Linux on your basic system, you can go through and add details there. So the idea is that you're going to get that value and paste that into this field here. So just to help everyone get 10 points, let's go here. Copy that link. So I've now got that file there. So MD5 sum, name of the file, and I've got that link there. So I'm just going to copy that. Paste it in here, and if I get it correctly, I've got this flag as being correct. And I can see that there is one solve, so you can see who solved it, who hasn't. Oh, don't know what happened there, but it disappeared. And once I've solved it, you can see on my screen, I have this green tick there, so I can move on for that. So there is a competition where the person with the most points will win the competition. So, oh, excellent. We've got one person already. And what we'll have is a leaderboard that's going through showing the information as you go with that. Some of the other challenges are going to be harder. So remember, the more points, the more difficult it is. The lesser the points, the easier the challenge should be. So here's an example for packet analysis. The network administrator has configured a site-to-site tunnel using GRE. But he forgot one important thing about GRE. Perform packet analysis of the file below. Can you recover the password of the router? And here's a file that you can download. There's hints that are available, but the hints will cost you points. Some of the hints will look like a hyperlink like this. So in this case here, it's using encrypted traffic, so the TLS. So you need to download the packet capture, and then you need to set the preferences in your preferences for TLS, what the secret key log file is, to then be able to decrypt that traffic, okay? Can everyone get access to the system that wants to compete? If you want to type in the chat or unmute yourself if you're having trouble accessing, please let me know. For those who want to run PuTTY, you'll need to do the tunnel through here. So you go PuTTY, connection, tunnels, and you can do your source port, 4000, the destination, and do your forwarding that way. Now remember, you've got to be in it to win it. So the more people, the more exciting it becomes. At the moment, we've only got 2 people. Oh, they're powering on. And you can see based on this, who's got the points the quickest. So we can see at the moment, even though they're both the same points, the person over here got the higher point first. So that's how I'm going to base it on. So not able to get access. Are you using Linux? Windows? Okay, and what tool are you using for SSH? So you're using PuTTY. Okay, so let's figure this out with PuTTY. Is it Windows 10? Because if you've got Windows 10, it should, Windows 10 updated. So if it's that, you can just open up a command prompt and type this command in. And that should work, and then you just go to your browser. I can double check that it works. Let's go exit. So I'm now logged out of that. So if I go here and do a refresh, it should break. Yep, site can't be found. So if I go to command, prompt, grab my command from up here. So in the normal Windows 10 command prompt, you should be able to use SSH now, especially with Windows 10. And then if I go back here, I'm back in the environment again. Sonam, did that work for you? Did that work, Sonam? Now you do need to leave this window open to keep your session connected to the server. Excellent, that's good. I've gotten lazy since Windows 10. I don't need to worry too much about Pony. I've hardly used it for the past couple of years. So if you've got Windows 10, you might want to go to the Microsoft Store and download the terminal program. That's what I use here. So that terminal program allows me to then run Windows PowerShell, Command Prompt, Azure Cloud Shell, and Ubuntu all from within here. So it's a nice little tool. Has everyone been able to get access? If you haven't been able to get access, please let me know in the Zoom chat or in the unmute yourself and let me know. We're getting close to the end of the session, so I'm just going to put in the Zoom chat the Survey Monkey survey. If you can fill that in, spend some time for that, that would be appreciated. Just giving some feedback about what you thought of the content, how you thought the training went, whether there's something that we can improve on, what you didn't like. Please let me know. That would be really helpful so we can improve on this training. So what I'm going to do is I'll stay online for a little while you access things. So if you've got questions, post them into the chat. See how people are going. Oh yeah, we're getting some more people. So we've got 5 people. So you've got 1 in 5 chance of winning. At this point, so more people that are able to join up, that would be good. I'm just going to assist Tashi in regards to the network management and monitoring. I've seen there is some issues happening there. So I'm just going to mute
Principal sir.
So how is everyone going? Any questions? Oh, we've got 6 people now. That's excellent. You can all log in and go through that. So I'm just going to mute myself again. If you've got any questions, type those into the chat window, or I'm not going to be in the room, so because I'm just got to help with the other lab troubleshooting some issues. How's everyone going? It's looking good. We've got a lot more people in there now, so we've got 10 people. Excellent. Oh, we've got a Tashi coming first at the moment, so there's still plenty of points there. Yes, you can try any question on the CTFD, answer as many as you can. Some of the questions that are up the top, so I'll just share my screen. So if you go to the challenge, if you start answering these questions here and you get them correct, you'll get more questions up here. Or if you want to be adventurous, go for the more points by clicking on those. So you've got things like this. What is the email of someone who needs to change their password? So have a look at someone that's had a brute force attack maybe against them. Extract the key, export the X509 certificate and save as a binary DER file. And we've got this SSL PCAP, and then figure out what the MD5 value of that is. So I've got examples in the Wireshark and the T-Shark on how you can see certificates. So we're going well, we've got 10 people.
We have someone with 340.
Someone with a question? I didn't see the question. So what's the question? Oh, someone scored 340. I haven't done a refresh. Oh, thank you. Ah, someone's powering ahead. That's excellent. So what I will do is I'll leave this open till about midnight Bhutan time. So try and answer as many questions as you can. There is no rush, but whoever gets the most points will obviously win the prize. But whoever gets the most points the quickest is more likely to win the prize. So if everyone completes it, 100%, but you do it after someone else has, you won't get the prize. So I've actually got a conference at 3 AM Australian time, so I can turn it off at the end of the webinar. What I'm going to do is end the Zoom session now. So if you have any questions, please put those in the Zoom window now. If you don't have any questions that you can think of and you have some later, I will check the Word document. I can answer them through that as well. So I've just updated the wiki page with the finishing time is midnight BT time zone. So that should give you 8 hours, close to 8 hours to finish that, hopefully. Thank you to everyone that has participated today. There was a lot of information. And it was sort of like just a snapshot of some of the things that we do in our network security course now. If you're interested in that, let us know. We might be able to do a longer tutorial. And it'll be good once the pandemic is settled down a bit to meet face to face again. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Atma and Alicia, for your help. There's no more questions. We'll end the Zoom here.
Can I stop recording the session now?
Yes.